My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, now if you check your time, it is 2 minutes gone past 12 noon. It is APR Talks and All. You're welcome. I don't know if you did join us yesterday. It was quite interesting yesterday where we did talk about a lot of things. And then the team is back here today to give you nothing short of what you enjoyed yesterday. And now today I'm not alone right here in the studio. I got the full team right here. Now the name is Yao Bremen. You can call me the Godfather. And I got this gentleman and then also the beautiful lady right beside me. So, May, what's up? How you doing?
Yes, the gentleman's name is May. But the gentleman's name is May.
Of course, the gentleman's name is May.
Well, the way you stare laugh when I say, yes, the gentleman's name, it was like, you don't believe I'm gentle. You just said it.
Well, not like I don't believe you're gentle. You actually look gentle. Remember today I told you you're very, very calm.
Can I introduce myself?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm here. My name is Mercy Joe.
Anyway.
Okay. It is the 5th day in the month of May. Tuesday, to be precise. Talks and all, APR. Here to give you all the talks and everything you need to know.
Well, that means 2 days after the ease of the lockdown.
Yes.
MJ, how do you feel?
Me, how do I feel?
Yeah,
How
like
are Nigerians feeling?
moving around and seeing people try to act like they used to act 4 or 5 months ago.
I can't be me. I'm on the safe side, though.
Okay.
I'm trying to use my face mask, using my hand sanitizer, I'm obeying the social distancing stuff.
That's
but the
good.
people that are not doing it, there's
On their
problem.
own, right?
Very big problem.
Well, for me, I just wish I could go back to sleep and then wake up and then all this would just be a dream. You know?
A dream.
You see, NCDC, they're already saying that another lockdown
might
possibly
come in place
because people are not like the compliance is
the
like
compliance
zero.
is actually zero.
Very
What is
zero.
our problem?
Our problem is that we don't listen. We take everything for granted, even our health. I think that is what the problem is.
Well, it's not what is our problem. It's what is some people's problem. Because that problem is not my problem.
No, you're not saying
I mean,
so.
you're part of the
What I'm
society,
saying so is
so
because, look, some people have problem. They are your problem.
As in, at the end of the day,
these
bah,
people
So
become
we
your
all
problem.
have problems.
That is the thing.
listening is the problem. Ignorance is the problem. Negligence is the problem.
And then at the same time, the people also become the problem.
Because I don't know what they want the government to do again.
They always want the government to do
Do
something.
everything for them.
Government.
Although yesterday I was watching something and this woman, she wasn't putting on her face mask, nothing. There was just this normal citizen. He was angry, like, Madam, you came outside, you are hawking something, you didn't put face mask, nothing. She just said, I never make money since morning, no. I never make money since last week, oh, nothing. So how want they buy face mask? Blah, 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 blah. Wow, seriously, your own protection.
Your own
children's
protection.
There's problem.
And then you know how crazy it is. It's kind of like in danger, putting the whole of our families into danger
Exactly.
for just being on the road alone. You know, but just imagine if something crazy happens to her. And then she goes home, she holds a baby, her husband, her kids and everything.
The thing is that
It's going to become crazy.
anybody getting infected yesterday is going to be inevitable. Someone will definitely get infected yesterday. Did you see the crowds at banks? And then even the NCDC, they were faulting the banks because they weren't doing their own work as well. They opened just few branches. Why would they open few branches?
And then the traffic
wanted
at
an influx.
Lugbe Express was mad yesterday, bro.
Wow.
There
was traffic everywhere.
I saw the images yesterday and I was like, really? So this is what has been happening. I mean, this is what is actually going to happen by the time they get to Call of Duty.
Even this morning, there are lots of hold up in Lagos. Like, I think before 6 a.m., lots of persons were already trying to move about before 6 a.m. So
Lagos is one place that you would always have
security
this
personnel
problems.
just put them there on the road, hold up.
Wow.
Massive hold up like this, like until it's 6 a.m. before anybody will even be moving.
Wow.
That is crazy.
Well, anyway, in case you're listening, this is African Patriot Radio. This is the radio station that is online and gives you all the quality news you want, entertainment, and just remember for you to be part of that community. That society. We moved back. If you want to be part of the Patriot Society, all you have to do is check us out on Facebook, like our page. That is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Do same on Instagram. and Twitter at African Patriot Radio. I mean YouTube. Though.
YouTube, yeah.
Okay, just go on YouTube, subscribe to our channel, and also click on the bell button for notification. Meanwhile, you can let us know what you feel, okay? Because when we have this discussion, we're not saying that you have to follow what we say exactly, but we know you also have an opinion.
You can contribute to it, you know?
It's very much needed, so you too can air your view. But talking about that, before we continue, we've talked about what happened now. 2 days into the ease of the lockdown, what is the recordings for COVID-19 so far? Do we see this easing of the lockdown, reducing the numbers recorded in a day?
Now, everything depends on the citizens. You know, if you can actually comply to the NCDC rules and regulations during this easing,
Which you don't see happening.
Which we don't see happening anytime soon. So I think if we really want,
we don't even need a
to
prophet to come and prophesy right now. I can even prophesy.
Please help us.
There is going to be problem.
Wow. You think so? Some people don't think like that. They think this is where it will even end. Like, okay, face that mountain. Face the mountain. Like,
Yeah.
where
Face coronavirus.
When you're going for war,
There are people who
when
think
you're
like-
going for war, you do prepare yourself, isn't it? All the armor, all the weapons and everything to face, like to fight that battle.
Yes, at least,
But
even
at
if you're
this
going to fight the battle.
At this point, you're not even prepared. You're not even paying attention to the rules and regulations that they're actually given to you.
Yes, with
The
what you're
face mask-
saying, but even if you go to, even with the spiritual access, you cannot say you have a spiritual enemy and you're trying to feel like you would just go and face the enemy.
You
and
need
say,
to
"Move."
prepare
You
yourself.
got to carry your
Fortify
Bible.
yourself.
You pray,
You know-
you fast, everything.
No,
so,
but don't you think some other people will look at it like what you're saying? They will say we are not going for war.
It
The
is
war
what?
came to us. We were taking on our.
okay, so,
Even if your enemy,
No, but some people believe our government is not even acting like they were prepared for the war you're talking about.
but
so
we
should
see
we
that
wait
they
for
were
the
not
government
prepared.
to actually prepare?
this is
before
my
we can
problem.
prepare
Oh.
it?
I'm always asking, am I going to now still wait for the government to help
I know
me
that my
secure
health-
myself? My health is at stake.
Well,
It's still my responsibility regardless. The government has its role to play, but I also have to play my own role.
Yes.
I cannot understand having
saw
to
the
wait for the
video,
government
you saw
to
the-
make me to be alive and
Yeah.
safe and healthy.
no, but you see, many people have. I'm speaking because I have listened to many people speak on why they couldn't do what, and some people are saying, if I am going to face this thing, I need to be equipped to face this thing. Now, most people are saying palliatives never got to me, and no source of this or that.
Are we
got to
talking
me.
about palliatives to face COVID-19?
Palliatives
That's
again.
what some believe. They
What
said-
about the face mask?
They
They
complain-
are like,
what about the hand
wait,
sanitizer?
They complain
yes,
about
they're on
palliatives.
lockdown. You have me on lockdown without food to eat.
And the lockdown bit isn't now. Okay.
That's what they were
what's the
saying.
case? Now, do you know Nigerians are funny? Now, you know, when we had the lockdown, in any review, like listening to the persons on the street, about 90% of them complained about the lockdown. That no, our daily source of income, we get it every day, blah, 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 blah. Release the lockdown. Now,
Okay.
these same Nigerians, the same 90% of them, when you go on the streets to ask them, are saying, I don't think the federal government should have released this lockdown. No,
They're wearing
Relax.
3 masks.
So I don't get
together at
it.
once.
I don't get it.
Let them just decide on what they want.
The thing is, somehow I don't understand. See, I understand that the government should have actually implemented things for the rural communities. You understand? Like, okay, providing masks for them, even if you feel like they'll. I understand that part. But now, the other persons that can do well for themselves, what are they actually doing?
Well,
We saw a video yesterday.
Yes, now,
of an
okay, those
elderly
ones should
man.
still wait for government.
We saw a video yesterday of an elderly man who stopped his son from getting into his car and then following him to the house, all just because he failed to listen to his father that asked him not to leave Lagos to where he was.
Is it the one from Ekiti?
Ekiti. You saw it.
I beg, please don't spoil our state.
no, but you saw the video.
yes, I did. And I think that man acted because of the knowledge he has about the COVID-19. There was something happened in that video when the man who was talking to him, I think it's a security agent or so, he was not using the device that's used to check temperature and telling the man that he has already checked the boy for COVID-19 and the guy don't have it. He used the stability of the
Well, that was one.
Do you know that man?
He's
in two line. He was caught in between trying to do the right thing, and
then
then
at the
also
same
caught
time-
in between trying to face his family later.
Because now, when someone else watches, they'll be like, oh, so every day we do carry out coronavirus tests. How? When
How?
I'm getting into a supermarket, they always check it.
Just check your temperature.
Check me.
Okay, now we've been talking. Let's just go straight to the normal thing that we do every day on Talks and All.
Not every day.
Not every day,
I
actually.
don't see you doing that on Saturday and Sunday. Okay.
Okay, now
Me, why?
okay. Well, it's okay. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Okay.
Coronavirus update for the 4th of May. That was
Okay.
yesterday. I got this one coming out straight from South Africa. As of yesterday, they had 437 new cases, and then 7 new deaths, and then that takes the total to 7,220.
This is not funny.
And then the death toll so far is 138. And then the recovered cases is 2,746.
Well, I'm happy their recoveries are more than the deaths, at least.
Actually.
Okay, moving to Egypt. The new cases in Egypt were recorded 348 new cases in Egypt as of yesterday. They recorded 7 deaths. The total case is 6,813 cases. Total death is 436. And then total recoveries is 1,632.
Okay, now this one is coming out straight from Morocco. As of yesterday, they had 150 new cases, 5 deaths, and then the total cases so far is 5,053. Okay, cases, and then also 176 deaths.
Wow.
And then 1,653 recovered cases.
All right, moving to Algeria. New cases as of yesterday, 174 cases, 2 deaths. Total cases now 4,648 cases. The total deaths remain 465. Total recoveries 1,998 recoveries.
Wait, it's like they have enough numbers when it comes to recovery.
Yes.
And you know, if you remember, that was the first country in Africa that had the coronavirus case registered. Algeria.
Yet South Africa just came from nowhere to do.
I think that's what happened in the case of China and America. Right?
Okay, now this one coming from our own beloved country, Nigeria, which as of yesterday, 245
Okay.
new cases, no death as of yesterday, and then the total coronavirus cases in Nigeria 2,802, and then death is 93, and then recovered cases 417 recovered cases from Nigeria.
Wow.
Yes, let's look at Ghana.
Yes.
Yeah, Brema.
Thank you very much. Don't make it look too obvious.
Yo, Bremen! Yo, Bremen!
Thank you.
Your new cases for Ghana.
What?
550 cases. You know
Why
that.
are you looking at me, sir?
No, that's total cases so far in Ghana is 2,719 cases. The deaths now is 18 deaths and recoveries 294 recoveries.
Well, no, they didn't record death, right? That's,
Nah.
That's
No recorded death yesterday.
No recorded death yesterday.
It's a good
Wait,
one.
so share the virus entered Ghana before Nigeria.
Wait.
And the death in
Are we
Nigeria is
looking
now
at-
93, and Ghana still has just 18 deaths. Even but the recoveries in Nigeria is more than Ghana.
18 is not just. We're talking about human
You
life.
guys
No.
comparing him and like.
I mean, that is 18 is not
I'm
just.
sorry,
We're talking about human life. So even if it's just one person, I mean, it is a great loss. It's
Ghana.
All lives matter, right?
All lives matter. All lives matter. It doesn't matter whether you're a Ghanaian, a Nigerian, from Madagascar, from Morocco.
If you're a Ghanaian.
Well, anyway, I have this message coming in. This person's name is Frederick Fanen Ukula. And he says, we don't need a prophet. The numbers will surely raise by more than 2 times in the next 14 days.
I just said that. We said that. Yeah.
Well, based on your.
We don't need any prophet to say anything.
Of course, we don't. But then
But we
believe
hope
this-
and pray it won't get to that.
Exactly.
I believe before the end of this week, Nigerians will definitely realize that, look, we really, really need to listen to our government and then try to do something to support the government in order to fight this pandemic.
Pandemic.
Yes. I think today is World Teachers Appreciation Day.
Hey, yeah, World Teachers Appreciation Day.
Appreciate me. I've been teaching you since.
What have you taught
Appreciate
me?
me. You see, so you have not learned anything from me.
No. I know I've been telling you that I'm hungry for the past.
And I've not taught you how to cook.
No, you've not.
I've been watching Mastotos.
Okay, that is great.
Okay, thank you very much, teacher. Thank you very much, Chef MJ.
Yo, those me. Well, the teachers in Nigeria, we
Not
appreciate
just
them
Nigeria,
a lot.
you know.
All
every part of
over the world, they're doing a great
Fantastic job.
Fantastic job. Having to
Put up with
put
people
up with
like
so
me.
much access like Abuna. One yarinya. This one.
Did they just call you Nyarinya?
Also putting up with MJ. You know, like before the show, I told MJ something. I said, MJ, I would like to hear a story about you and your teachers, why you were in school, because you look like the type that gave your teacher a lot of
I didn't give any headache. It's just that there was one time like that I was sharpening my pencil,
Yeah.
and he entered another person's eye.
Ow.
Hi,
I can imagine.
I'm telling you, and then the teacher came, she was shouting.
Where for
Have
me,
any encounter?
Where for me back then in secondary school, something happened, and then like every time I tell this story, it's a story that I'm never proud of to say, you know, because
Me.
I did something back then in secondary school that I had to fight with my teacher.
What?
And then, yeah, it was that crazy.
You fought with knowledge.
I fought with knowledge, my brother. I fought with knowledge. And then I came back home. I told my dad what happened. My dad I got this foolscap, what's it called?
Paper?
Yeah, foolscap paper. Like the whole note. How to apologize to my teacher.
You just reminded me of something.
It was crazy. And there was one time I was on air with one of these radio stations, and he was actually listening. And then I just put up the phone number. And then he called. He was like, he's actually proud of the man that I've become. And I was still trying to figure out who this person was. You know, after the show, he called and he said, this is Mr. So you people used to call me Commando back then. I was like, sir, I'm loyal.
Okay, let me ask you.
You know,
so is he your favorite teacher back in school?
Yes, he became my favorite teacher.
So let's do a game. I want you to mimic your favorite teacher.
I'm coming. Okay, the camera is here.
It was my favorite.
Now I'm going to do this, just in case you're watching. And the reason why we called him Commando. Watch. Why are you outside by this time?
Are you serious?
Get back to your class. Don't make me find you here in the next 2 minutes. Yes, come here. And his chest, was like this, you know. His chest was like this, and then so we had to nickname.
Actually,
him
wish this how
Commando.
your chest was.
Wishes.
Well, horses.
Okay, since wishes ain't horses, let me have a set.
May your chest go back to flat, right?
My friends just like doing this. Less the noise. Hey, boy, come here. You are talking to girl. If he sees you with a girl, he say, girl, get back into the class.
Back into the class.
You are talking to boy.
Wow.
Teachers,
Yeah, this scary kind of abuna.
teachers are people that we should appreciate. Like, we shouldn't just have a particular day to appreciate them. We should appreciate them always for the effort, the time, the energy, you know, the sacrifice.
Impacting so much knowledge in us.
Impacting so much knowledge in us. Today we've got presidents because of teachers. Today we've got doctors because of teachers. Today we've got because of teachers. You know, so they should be appreciated.
But is the Nigeria government really appreciating them well enough?
Well, I do not know.
Well, that's another question. We should
But you know,
ask.
funny enough, people don't know teachers expand. It extends. Even your parents are teachers.
Even your parents
Yeah.
are teachers, you know.
That was what I was telling you, whether he has thanked me.
Oh my
Aye.
God, man. That is one good one.
Thank you.
But anyway, like you said, looking at the welfare of teachers in this country, like it's always sad finding out teachers like work in places and they do not have access to maybe like low-cost housing scheme, or they do not even have quarters where they live or so. Or there's some of these government schools, when you see the quarters now, you'd be like, can somebody live inside here?
They look like some certain barracks I used to know way back in Lagos. I'm not
Barracks.
going to mention names.
They look like poultries.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's very sad.
Now, just to think about it, why I would like to use this special time to say kudos, and I want to say I salute every teacher.
Every
in
teacher
the
out
world.
there, you know.
There's something that comes to my mind. Whenever you're in school, like when you go into the university and you spend 4 years, for those who do law degrees, they spend like 6 to 7 and all.
5, 6 years.
These
5
people
years.
come into a hall filled with people. These people who are filled in that hall sit down. This man will stand or this woman will stand. and talk and talk and talk
And lecture.
and go. He's going to stand for as long as those years. You're going to leave. Another set will come. Now remember, people have been standing and talking to impart knowledge into people since when we were in our nursery school all the way to the university.
Since civilization started, you know?
Good. Now the thing is, when you're done with school, okay, you now start understanding what these people are doing. They're exchanging, giving you what they know inside them and putting it in you. So
Yeah.
you can use it to change society.
Yeah.
But the problem I have is, it seems when we find ourselves now in that corridor where we can change society, we get the change of thought of those people. The few people I know that did something like that was the late president, Musa Yar'Adua.
Yar'Adua.
Do you know he found one of his teachers back during his times of government? He found the man back. Somebody, I think is Bagudu Hirse. And the man was a minister, I think, under Yar'Adua. Most people come back to say, I knew a teacher that knew policies that would change this nation. I need to find that teacher.
I need to find that teacher.
Yeah.
But in the same life we are, there are people who think, oh, I'm there now. Let's look for those guys that, you know, maybe when we were doing this, they did that. You're calling this guy your godfather, but he did not teach you or she did not teach you
Nothing.
Anything right.
Nothing.
Who's the real godfathers? The
It is-
teachers.
True. But it isn't in as much as we are applauding teachers all over the world, I think it's still noted that most teachers are teachers in just like a cover-up, but they are not actually teachers. Some of them do not teach well enough.
Okay.
Minus that, some of them actually just use that leverage. Okay, I'm your teacher, and they just walk into the classroom and they just give you notes.
And read a
They don't
book.
teach. They read a book to you. They give you handouts. They say, okay, go, and then create a test for you later on. Give you assignments. They're not really doing anything. So those people, how do you classify them?
Those are people who just look for job to survive.
They just look for a job to survive.
There are many
you need
people
to
like
see
that.
teachers. You need to see teachers with passion.
Exactly.
Teachers who walk into the classroom, whenever they see the student, they have this sense of joy that falls on them because they love what they're doing. Those are the kind of people who celebrate.
Okay, what about the teachers that run streets with their students? Like,
Street. What is street?
I mean, like, I've coded some things like,
you're
okay,
going
you go
straight.
to...
Okay, those ones
Are not teachers.
are not teachers.
Yeah.
Those are opportunists.
Those opportunities. That is the word. And now the thing is, today, how many kids of this generation or today would want to say, okay, tomorrow I would like to be a teacher? You know, the thing is now, this is where we definitely have to call out our government. They are trying their best, yes, but today, how many children, or should I say, children that would say, okay, tomorrow when I grow up, I would like to be a teacher because of what I saw in this person. You know, as the government kind of like put in place things to make the lives of our teachers, just like what you did mention,
Yeah, because
better.
the kids nowadays, everybody's
Nobody-
economically,
nobody wants
economical
to-
sites.
Nah, in years to come, you don't see that there are no
get up-
teachers.
Nobody wants to get up and say, oh, tomorrow I would
I
love
want to be a teacher. I want to be a lecturer.
Everyone, nurse, doctor, pharmacist.
Journalist.
Journalist.
This is what makes it terrible. Like if I'm not trying to put down, but it's just one part of the lockdown rules and regulation that was set by the minister of the FCT that I had to think of when he said schools will be on lockdown, but he encouraged e-learning.
E-learning.
I like e-learning, but how many children have access to e-learning?
How many
parents
can
will
actually
guide them through
afford
that e-learning?
that can actually afford that e-learning system?
The access falls
You
back
know,
to what the parents can provide,
yes.
right?
It's still the same thing.
Provide what they will bring to the table, and also how they can guide these children through the e-learning as well. Because you can't just tell your child, probably maybe the little ones,
This is
like
Nigeria.
5 years old, okay, go and be doing e-learning. The parents also have to be there to be okay. And junior, you understand my point? And some parents, they also have their role to play. Some parents are
parents are not
nonchalant.
learned. They're not
They are
learned.
very
They never went to
nonchalant.
school.
Yeah. So how do you
just
expect
like
that
what-
one now to teach?
Just like what we're saying, in the Western world, there are some people that don't even allow their children to go to school. They are homeschooled, and then these children actually turns out to be good in the society. Like most of them turns out to be good examples in the society and everything. Okay, now in Nigeria now,
But most of those children who are homeschooled always have this association problem.
Yes.
I'm sure you know that.
Timidity.
Yes.
Because
timidity.
the
Timidity.
teaching is not
Ev-
just the
everything-
calculus, the
Everything that has
matrices.
advantage
just about
also
that.
has.
You have to look at the angle of communication.
How can they
Communication.
socialize? Can they communicate?
Can they communicate? Can they
if they go
socialize
to
and everything?
a gathering now, what do? You find most of them being so timid in the crowd.
They'll be
They
poor
don't. They just.
in
They don't want to
interpersonal
talk to anybody else. They don't want to associate with anybody else. They just know by themselves. Those people become so
I was definitely
isolated.
getting to that point, but then the thing is, in Nigeria here, do we even look into such things to say, okay, now this is a system that we would like to implement in our schools today? You know, if not necessarily homeschooling, but then the e-learning stuff, like that, we're definitely talking about.
Well,
you know, what has government actually put in place to make sure that this e-learning process can actually go on smoothly? In as much as we know that, yes,
Well,
parents
you know,
sometimes cannot really have everything that it takes to teach their own children. You know,
I think government will expect you to ask that question and also prefer a solution.
well, yes, I can definitely provide a solution once I get someone up there to listen to me, and then we just.
No, you have to
have the
find your
platform- you
solution.
have the platform right
This is the
now.
platform. If you have the solution.
Yes,
So that
because
you don't become one of those people that just point out the problems without a solution. Like
Definitely.
what I was thinking if we have DSTV and all these other multinationals who are running cable channels in this country, we need to have some channels that are free.
That's good. Do you
There are some
there's-
channels on DSTV that
Can I
actually
finish?
do mathematics,
Can I finish?
English.
Let him finish.
Now, when you have those channels, you know that without subscription, in fact, not even them. You see that free TV thing?
Free to air.
There's this decoder is white in color. They call
called free to air, yeah.
Good. We should make sure those things get into everybody's houses. One, two. Time has changed, right? The TVs has advanced. People are using OLEDs and all whatnot, smart TVs. But it means that you can make a way whereby every home can afford a TV. It mustn't be a smart TV, but a TV that can work with these cable decoders, so that you can now give a particular channel where kids can learn. You have mathematics there, English. The biggest
Physics.
education you teach children
I think
is culture.
someone's
culture.
already. I didn't pay attention very well, but I think there's a governor of a particular state that did that on the radio.
It's
There's a
good.
particular station on the radio
a
for that
start.
particular state.
It's a start.
Do you
It's a
understand?
start.
Even there's this station.
The
I
kids,
can't really remember.
The kids are presently learning from who they hear on radio.
Who they hear on radio?
They're learning from who they see on TV, on Instagram.
Phones.
There's just so many places.
You know?
So it's good for us to look into that and say, okay, if we can start like that. Because government, yes, we can say this. Sometimes I found out it's not like the main man on top, the federal government, and who is signing the final laws and all.
Yeah.
It's not approving things. But the problem we have is
Who is implementing?
love for country.
Love for country.
Now you bring down the money is out and someone else starts thinking, my kid needs to school abroad, I'm cutting from this. I need to build a new house, I'm
Cutting from them.
this.
Buying a new car, I'm cutting from it.
this. And before you know it, you are cutting from another young boy or girl's future.
Hey,
You're cutting the country, you're cutting Nigeria's future and eating it today. Forgetting that tomorrow, what you're building is a monster. That monster, even that
Comes
child,
out to hurt you.
that child, you took another child's future to train, cannot even live in this place. And trust me, you might think your child is in another country, but what happens when something like COVID-19 happens? What happens if something bigger happens one day and they be like, everybody go back to where you
Go
come
back
from.
to where you come from.
So you see, the problem now is, who is our teacher? If we are all banking into technology, please let's not use technology to only ruin our morality, which many people have. We had an OAP the other time, Dotun, that was complaining about how ladies were going nude and dancing nude. If we can use this technology to do that, we should use the technology also to build a sector of our lives.
yes, do
Something
good.
better.
Something better, something more productive that everyone else can look back to say, okay, this
Okay,
was
at
done
least we
through
did this.
technology, and we are benefiting very well from
Yeah.
it.
I mean, we could have a better deal when we're talking deals with China, right?
Definitely. Yes.
It's bad if we have all those their pads with weird names when all these kids can have one.
Wing home.
Then what we have to do is how do we regulate internet so that the kids know when they open their internet, they know where to go, or they know it's channeled in a way whereby you just get what will not be destructive to you, but rather constructive, right?
Because it's funny how people can think about the destructive part so easily. They can think about the part of negativity so easily, like hacking and through technology and system. But when children have accesses to phone or internet, you cannot block content that they're not meant to reach.
And it's just
How?
crazy.
Why?
Someone else he's like your son's or your daughter's best teacher because he's teaching him internet fraud.
Exactly. And you don't know.
You don't know
You
this.
don't know this. You don't regulate this. How?
So I rather teach you how to detect a fraudster, so you could get a good job to just keep getting these fraudsters. I mean, it's still a job.
It's still a job. You know, we did talk about the late president, Musa Yaradua. Okay, today actually happens to be the 10th year since he actually died. He died this day, May 5th, 2010. You know, so we're celebrating 10 years of his life, you know.
Yes, of course. He was one person that was really, really loved by Nigerians.
He was, you know.
He was
Actually,
loved by Nigerians.
yeah, he actually was born on this 16th of August, 1951.
Wow.
I remember him so
1951.
much because of the 7-point agenda.
7-point agenda.
Wow.
I remember him so much for that because the average placement for 7-point agenda was everywhere.
It was
Massive.
massive, you know.
And he was working in light of that 7-point agenda before his
Yeah,
death.
he was also the 13th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and then also he was one time the governor of Katsina State from May 1999 till May 2007. You know, I think for me, when you talk about past leaders in Nigeria, recent past leaders in Nigeria, he's one person that I really, really respect a lot when it comes to governance. I mean, look at what he did in Katsina State, his achievements and everything. He was
And
phenomenal.
people kept asking this question that, do you think that if Yaradua was still alive and he had to complete his tenure, do you think Nigeria would be far better
Than how it was.
than how it
For the
was?
short time that he was able to
He
rule
was
this
trying to get
country,
things
for the short time that he ruled this country, that I remembered very well, there was a light. Like we could all see the light at the end of that tunnel. But hey, you never can tell. But all the same, we just thanked him for everything that he did.
Yes.
You know, I believe, yeah.
And I believe he is listening to you. Yes, I believe he's listening to you.
I'll just get the
But you know
part.
something, you just drew my attention somewhere. You said we saw a light. Now, what do you think dimmed the light?
My brother, a lot dimmed the light because I know he was trying to fight so many things that were not, like he was trying to correct so many things in the system, you know,
Okay.
back then. In as much as we knew that, look,
Lots of
Him-
things in the system like
corruption, number one.
Corruption. Okay.
You know, he was trying to put a lot of things in place. In as much as we knew back then that these things that he was trying to do,
and he was also
definitely
working on
going to-
good electricity. in
good
Nigeria.
electricity system, you know.
It was part of his 7-point
education.
agenda.
Education was also part of his 7-point agenda. You know, he was trying to make sure that he gets the system in Nigeria working positively.
So would you say it's because of a change in manifesto now? Maybe the new government will come in with their own new ways, so it halted some of the projects that were done by his own administration with his 7-point agenda. Or would you say who took over? Because when he passed, his vice became president.
he
Yes,
became
that's
Do
president.
you think there was a derail from maybe the vice not understanding the visionaries'
Not,
vision and
not
trying to do
totally,
it the other
not
way?
totally, not totally. Even the vice himself, like when he became president, he also tried his best to make sure that look, Nigeria will move forward. Even the present leader of this country is still trying his best. But the thing is, there are people around you that would not want that would not want to see you succeed. In as much as you want to get things done, you know, everybody is trying their best to make sure that they get things working. We're like definitely we're not going to take it away from our present leader, talking about the likes of Muhammadu Buhari. He's doing a fantastic job. So I don't know if anybody can just come out to say otherwise.
Well,
You know?
anyway, you're listening to African Patriot Radio, and of course, you can join the conversation if you want to have your say. It is on Facebook at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Do same on YouTube, African Patriot Radio. Subscribe to the channel, and also click on the notification. So we can always get you in on everything we're doing. It's been a whole lot of talks and all, and as you can see, there's just a whole lot, and everybody here has somehow their own opinion on things. So we celebrate you teachers, and we also want to, you know, the life of the past presidents who used to be with us, but is now of blessed memory.
Umaru Musa Yar'Adua.
He happened to have lectured at a particular
Yeah,
point,
he was
right?
a
Yeah,
lecturer at
he
a particular
was.
point.
So kudos to him too.
Kudos to him. He did a lot. He did a lot for this country and also
Okay.
for his states, you know.
Now, we've also been talking about the ease of the lockdown in Abuja City, and I have a story.
Story.
Story time.
Story time. I have a story. My story is titled 1740 in Marseille.
I think I know that story.
Okay. Now just act like you don't know it.
Now I'll just pretend like I don't know the story. Let me pretend. Let me be wild.
Died. More than half of Marseille died. This was the Great Plague of Marseille. The government of Marseille felt they could not afford to lose all the valuable goods on the ships, as it will destroy the economy. As they lifted the quarantine and moved the goods into the city of Marseille, they moved in the infection. More than half of Marseille's citizens died. Marseille is a major port city in the south of France, just as Lagos in the south of Nigeria. By the end of the Great Plague of Marseille, the city of Marseille had 50,000 dead people out of a total of 90,000 population back then. That is like 10 million people dying in Lagos. The ship left Sidon in Lebanon, picked up people at Tripoli and Cyprus, which already had infection outbreak. A Turkish man on the ship got infected first and died. Then several sailors died. The ship's surgeon also died. As the ship got to Marseille, doctors quarantined it. Now, because Marseille had a very huge trading arrangement with Levant, a term for countries like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Cyprus, Turkey, Israel, Jordan, and Palestine, the government was convinced by businessmen that the quarantine on the ship has to be removed and the goods released. Some powerful businessmen led by the deputy mayor of Marseille, who was also the owner of the ship, convinced his friends in government to release the quarantine. Some merchants needed the cotton and silk cargo on the ship to do business for the upcoming festival in Beaucaire. It was only a matter of days later the infection broke out in the whole of Marseille. People started dropping dead. They died so much there was no longer graves to bury them. Dead bodies littered the streets of Marseille till date. The people of Marseille remember this story. Apparently, what happened was the government tried to be clever.
Very.
They told themselves, we will only move the silk and cotton on the ship into the city, but not the infected people on the ship. In moving the goods, they only moved infected rats, which then infected people. As people got infected, they infected one another. At a point, the government of France built a wall to stop Marseille from infecting the rest of the country. But it was late. 10,000 people from Marseille already ran into neighboring cities. 50,000 people died outside of Marseille. The Great Plague of Marseille lasted about 3 years. Those were horrible years in Marseille and in France. Hospitals got overwhelmed, residents fleeing their homes, dead bodies lying and decaying on the streets. As the infection then spread, nobody cared anymore about economy. Now I hope you learned something.
Well, that sounds like a warning.
Okay. Yeah, really did sound like a warning.
It sounds like a warning. I think the moral of the story is just that the economy
Number
can
one.
wait and be rebuilt.
So let us
Now,
appreciate,
okay.
let's appreciate life for one thing today.
For one thing.
Let's just say kudos to life. You know why? Today is the day we're appreciating teachers, and life in itself is a teacher.
He's a teacher.
So this is something that has happened. It's just left for us to look at it, that it has happened here.
It has happened here. It
and
has happened
learn.
here. Let's learn from this.
Exactly. That's why I
Let's
said
learn
it
from
sounds
this.
like a warning. Like
It is a
moral
warning.
lesson.
It is a warning, and then at the same
Very
time,
big
a
moral
moral
lesson.
lesson. Well, I don't know if our government will definitely, or if anybody in the system actually knows about this Great Plague of Marseille. You know, because it's just like something similar that is happening right about now. You know,
Over how many years? 3 years, yeah?
Yeah.
it lasted for
years.
3 years. It lasted for 3 years,
Bad years.
and millions of people lost their life.
That's
3
crazy.
years.
In 3 years.
In 3
I
years.
think this story is very explanatory enough.
It is.
Like really,
If you can't see the
if you
picture,
listen to it, if you can't really go deep into this picture, oh
Google
my
it. The Great Plague of Marseille.
At the end of the day, they didn't care about the economy again.
They didn't
Can you
care about it,
imagine?
though.
And this is the same economy we're talking about. Then
This is the
everybody's
same
trying to
economy that
relax
we're
the
trying to
lockdown.
fight for. Now, tell me, if you don't have citizens, to work to make this economy great. How is the economy going to work after this whole thing?
Death and
So,
economy, which comes first?
Which comes first?
I mean, the people are the economy.
The people are
Do you
the economy.
understand?
It's just for us to learn that thing. You know, growing up, there's this thing I used to, when they were bringing it, he now taught and said, why have a middleman? Understanding that the middleman is always the main businessman. The middleman always makes more than you.
More than you.
No risk, nothing. He just joins you and you gets money moved.
Very simple thing.
So he now taught and said, I want to go to the source. He traveled all the way to Vietnam to where they got that very thing from. Not many people think like that in business because they're not, you know, you're selling clothes from China for
Yeah.
10, 20 years and you've never been there.
You've never been
You've
to
never
China.
been to China.
Your own is go to Lagos.
You've been chatting with one guy on WhatsApp.
Just.
Bring them over.
And then we got
Bring
some
them
people who
over.
do online.
Then when they're talking, you'll be among the people that say if you need to know your onions. You don't know your onions.
You don't know your
You're
onions.
just frying the onions that reaches your table.
You don't know how the onions got to your table.
They might have planted them in one ditch,
You never knew.
True,
inside one swamp.
true.
Some of us were eating salad at home. See the day they caught that Aboki guy in Lagos. And look at the place he was keeping.
Gutter.
Gutter.
No, so you need to know your onions, know the farm it comes out from. What does the farmer do to the soil? What makes the onion come out differently? Because how the onion comes will tell a lot about
What
how
kind
you
of-
will keep frying
Exactly.
them.
What kind of fertilizers
Exactly.
the farmers are using to grow these
telling
things, you know?
you.
We need to know all these things.
Even if you can't go to China to get the stuffs yourself, do you now go to wherever in Nigeria to go and meet your supplier to get these things yourself and bring
Good.
back down to wherever you are?
That's
Business
just what
knowledge.
it
It's a very simple thing. Even if you can't move, it's pardonable. You can't move to China. You can't do that yourself, or you don't have the enough resources to go there and do that. They now have the normal stores here in Nigeria that you can go there, pick these things, and still bring down to wherever you are to resell. So that's still
Now, just like
important.
what May said, you just can't be doing business for 10 years and then you know nothing.
10
about
years
how
is too
business
much.
going.
there are many
It's
people-
too
But you
big.
believe there are many people.
There are many
There are
people.
many. I believe and understand you can start as a middle person, but at least as a middle person, give yourself just 2 years. You should be able to from there.
I remember-
Your
10
point,
years
right?
is too much.
I remember growing up, my mom had a shop, and then she used to go to this place to get her drinks and everything. So one time, this guy supplies her, and I was like, yeah, I think you need to follow this guy next time. Go and find out where he gets this thing. And the guy was like, Madam, don't worry. One day, my mom gave me 200 naira. Say, enter moto. Go where they buy this thing. Find out how much they buy it.
You'll be shocked.
You'll be very shocked.
So that was what happened. And when I came back, my mom was like, how far? How did it go? I said, Mom, from today, now they go buy them.
The game has changed.
And before
telling
you know, I started saving money. Because I was also making gains.
You're running your own middleman. Abi.
when I was in school, I used to organize parties. So now, there was this Zobo drink I always did that I will mix with block and everything. So now what I did those times is that when I'm organizing these things, I will just contract somebody to do them. And then one time, it be like say the money where they give me no reach. So I now started thinking, how am I going to reduce this thing? I now found out that I could just go and buy the Zobo
Zobo
Abuna
yourself?
And
myself
do it yourself.
and do it myself and just got
How
drunk.
did it come out?
In fact, he mad past that one.
You give me a test when you.
They are saying something of when she was in
yeah, when I was in school.
No, but she can still do it.
Testing transmission.
Now
come.
she's a teacher.
No, we need to know. No,
So you're either paying tuition fee to learn now.
You understand, ba?
no, man, listen, I want us to start a business.
Yes, and also
Partnership
partnership is
So
very
I'm down,
encouraged.
I'm down.
And part of it is that okay, there was this time about building pages online and all. I know there was one time I was how do they do this thing? How do they do this thing? How do they do this thing? One day on my own, I just tried to just be online, stay there because I realized that having to do it myself was a problem that time because I couldn't do it completely myself. I couldn't go more than or up to getting 500 followers in less than 1 week. But you see today, hey.
You're getting it done.
You
I need to
understand
pay-
my point?
do I need
You
to
understand
pay
my
or you
point?
teach
You
me?
say eventually you can start little, like maybe you don't know the full knowledge, but give yourself time. But 10 years is too much now to just be a middleman now. What are you
There's
doing?
this other thing some people
have no
do.
idea.
There's some people that have this one they do. Like, I want a business, for instance. I want to start a boutique business. Then the person happens to stumble across 5 million. Then he takes the whole 5 million.
And put it into the
He
business.
rents a shop of like maybe 800,000 and he tells you because the looks has to tell you what you came for. I have a friend like that, and there's something about me and business. I'm always asking people, you need more than one option. Now,
You need options.
This is the problem. He rented a shop for 800 grand and used how much again to rearrange the shop. By the time it was done, 2.something million had gone on the shop. Then he now bought stuff and stuck to the shop. Now, this is it. Everything he bought was from his own fashion sense.
Just his own fashion sense.
First mistake.
Okay,
His
I think
own
I need
fashion
to
sense.
reposition.
Now, the
5 million.
second part he made a mistake was he invested the whole money into buying the clothes. I don't know if I should call that an investment.
Even if you're going to invest,
The money, was he a loan or is his own personal
it
money?
just happened. He did
was he
something
investing
and got
in
it.
his? Like, I need to understand. Was he investing in his?
I cannot call it investment. That's why I said, should we call it? Because he bought things and stocked the shop. Let's put it like that. Because invest means the thing will anyhow turn up good. If you buy a land, I will say you invested, right?
So the thing is, everything
this is
comes
the
out
problem.
the other way.
The problem was he now had the shop that he's supposed to pay 800K, has spent over 1 point something again. Now he has bought clothes. Now there was this rainfall and there was no light. So they needed to use generator. He bought gen with the little remaining. This is what started. 2 days later, 3 days later, people come in, go out. Not my taste. The clothes are now running out of fashion and all that. Not my taste, not my taste. It reached the point when they sell one top, they now say, we need to buy fuel. Transformer is bad. The sales girl has to eat, transport to go home. So it looked more like, even when we managed to sell one outfit, it goes back to fueling the gen, doing this, doing that. Why? You don't have a plan. And I told the guy, have you done this business before?
That's the question
No.
I was about to ask you.
And I said, if I was you, I'll buy backpack first. One backpack. Buy few clothes. Just invest like your first 10 to 15,000. If it is Guangzhou, that's hand me down. If it is not Guangzhou, you just know, okay, buy a few. Then see how you can move around first.
Do you know
Sell them.
Do you know what he should have done? I think there are all these trade fairs, all these gatherings, vendorsship stuff. He would have started promoting himself gradually from there before even thinking of getting a shop. A shop is a big deal, mostly when you
is.
come to Abuja.
One crazy part of the whole story that, like, this guy has to stop.
You
the
have to
shop
create awareness and publicity for
his
your
own-
brand first.
with his own fashion sense. Like, he had to put in what he actually
He
likes.
likes.
No,
Like
no,
now,
no,
I
no, no,
buy,
no.
maybe I like the color black.
And
so
then everything
most
should
of the
be black.
things are black. And maybe I'm somebody from the 90s. So everything in the shop is 90s. And we ask me, I'm like, I don't like these skinny jeans all these boys wear.
Before you start any business, you should have
Are
this
you doing the
orientation.
business for yourself, or are you doing the business for
Do you
people
understand?
out there to
You should
come
have
to
this
buy?
orientation in
You're
your mind.
doing the business because someone told you when you have money, you should do
You
business.
should do business.
You should have this orientation in your
Then at
mind
least
that
you should have
you're
the
not
sense.
the only person that is going to be doing this business. You're not the only person doing this business. You're not the first person. You're not the second. You're not the 100th
Make
person.
research.
Do you understand? So make lots of research. The first thing you should do is that you should try to make people understand that your brand is going to be outstanding. So start with publicity. Start publicizing yourself. How do you do that? You go around, be a vendor for as many events as possible that you can be. People start collecting your contacts. If your dresses are nice enough, people buy them, and tomorrow they can refer lots of people. Start online first. Gather your crowd. Gather your customers
Teacher
before.
has spoken. She has spoken.
She's teaching.
Business 101.
I'm really very serious. People get this thing wrong. Get your publicity right first before you now start thinking of getting a
To
shop
getting a shop.
as a boutique personnel. Do you understand?
There's this boutique I took me to some months ago. I think 2 months now.
Yes, I remember
And
that boutique.
and then I remember telling him a story. I said I remember when this guy started with just a few clothes on the floor, and today he has 2 big shops. You saw
that.
them,
I saw that.
and you saw the kind of clothes.
They have so much. It's like they are
You saw the
always
kind of
trying
clothes.
to-
And this guy happened to be my neighbor, and I got a lot of stuff from this guy and everything one time. And I told him, bro, I want to do this business. He said, bro, you see when I start, it's
Yes, now.
And this guy is someone that kept reading books on how to run businesses and everything. Today, that dude you saw the other day, that was what happened. He owns two big shops. I think 2 weeks ago, he called me, was like, bros, I forgot expand, but now because of this thing. He goes as far as neighboring countries to get these things. Plateau State, just here.
Okay, so the
Lagos.
interstate and the border blockage must have affected them
Yes,
as well.
it has. And this guy's shop is everybody in every part of this.
You see, and the thing is that you have to understand your consumers' taste. You
have
have
to
to understand what your customers
want.
want. You can't
Trends,
just go.
trends,
You understand?
times, you know,
Follow them. You
things.
can't just go to the market. You have to be able to know that okay, you have this prices for this particular type of people. You have this other price for this type of people. You have to learn to merge all those things together. You can't just be on the high side
On the high side.
continuously. You have to be both on the low and both on the high, so that you
walked in-
attract two types of customers: the lower customers and the higher
I
customers.
walked into a shop
So-
one time and then I wanted to get a top and I looked at it, 25,000. I looked at the top, I looked at the material, I looked at the person. So I said, okay, I'll come back.
And that way, there are still persons like you that will come and they say 25,000 and it means nothing to them. And
And
they
it
get
means nothing
it.
to
So
them.
you have to equalize it. You have to balance it. And then that guy with 5 million naira, if I were him, if he had been doing his publicity before then and people had known him before then, let's say for instance, he already had like about 100 customers that he knows are loyal to him. That is when I can now say, okay, go and open a shop. Now, when you're opening a shop, don't open a big one.
Start small.
Start small.
Understand the model before you go into
And the
it.
thing is, fine. You have 100 loyal customers and everything. Don't put in the shop what you feel is right for you.
No.
Don't.
What have your customers been ordering for?
What your customers.
Yes, now.
That is one thing I do like about this online boutique kind of business. They'll
It
ask
gets
okay,
you
know
can
what?
get more knowledge about
You know
understanding
You know
what people
You know what?
want.
They'll ask you what size, what color, what design. You know, and then they get it for you. They get their commission. You get what you want.
Do you know that's just like this now? Even if you send me a picture, I actually know your size in my head already and know what will fit you.
Business.
That's the thing.
Business 101.
You heard that? You heard that? In case,
APR business.
in case you're enjoying everything you're hearing, don't worry. We are going to give you more because Messi Joe is breaking business. But this is what we'll do. We'll have a special package and it's coming very soon. Like coming soon. Messi Joe is going to be teaching you business on radio.
101.
I would love you to, just key in, invest. Everything is investment these days. So if you have a business, if you're a startup, you're an SME, whatever you do, you want to talk about trade, you want to teach people how to go about business,
Businesses.
she's your go-to girl. And we will have it on African Patriot Radio. Remember, you can be part of this society by just liking our page on Facebook. That is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Go ahead and subscribe on our YouTube channel at African Patriot Radio. Subscribe and also click on the notification. By that way, you can always get notification of our shows before we start. It's been fun hanging with you on Talks and All, but looking at the time, we can't say more talks at all. We have 4 minutes, right? So in 4 minutes, I'd like to let you know that my name is Mr. May 11. In some couple of days, it will be my birthday. I don't know these two guys. I just was trying to have my thing that I saw them.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
the
actually
reason
don't know
why
him.
the reason why he doesn't know me is because I adopted him.
Oh my God.
Okay, my
I
name
don't
is
know
Al-
those two
the go-
people.
You can call me the Godfather.
My name is Messi Joe. Please stay safe and be fine.
Remember, by top of the hour, 1 o'clock, we'll have the Information Africa News. It will be coming your way, so go nowhere. After which, we'll have another show coming in, and it's called Family Time with MM and Elvis Olga. Stay here.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water and at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Time check Africa. The time is 1 o'clock in West Africa, 3 o'clock in East Africa, and 2 o'clock in South and Central Africa. This is Information African News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can listen to this broadcast by live streaming at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul. Nigeria has received more than $300 million that was stolen from former military ruler Sani Abacha. The money was returned from the U.S. and British dependency of Jersey under repatriation agreement. It is to be spent on infrastructural projects. General Abacha ruled Nigeria from 1993 until death in 1998. The Anti-Corruption Agency International estimates he stole as much as $5 billion during his time in office. The mayor of Somalia's capital, Mogadishu, says the city has seen an unusual number of deaths recently and warns that the country is still drastically undercounting cases of coronavirus. In just 2 weeks, confirmed cases of coronavirus in Somalia have tripled, spreading to every state in the country. The Somalia federal government has reported 722 people infected by coronavirus with 32 deaths. But in a weekend press conference, Mogadishu's mayor, Omar Filish, said the city's health authorities have recorded over 500 deaths across the city in just the past 2 weeks. And in business, South African seasonally adjusted Absa Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) fell in April, with business activities contracting to its lowest ever as the coronavirus lockdown paralyzed manufacturing activities. In index, which gauges manufacturing activities in the country, fell to 46.1 from 4.8 in March. The business activity measure fell to 5.1, its lowest record. A number of respondents said zero production took place during the lockdown. And on entertainment, Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson and her husband, Odanusen Okoji, have had their household increased by 1. The actress' husband took to social media via his Instagram page to announce the arrival of their 4th child. He revealed that his wife delivered a baby girl. And in sports, Yusuf Hassam has been banned for life by the Tennis Integrity Unit after being found guilty of multiple match fixing and other corruption offenses. The TIU found that the Egyptian 21 had committed 21 breaches of anti-corruption rules between 2015 to 2019, and also ruled that conspired with others to carry out battling-related corruption at the lower levels of sport. Hassan reached a career-high singles ranking of 291 in December 2017, and it's currently around 820. And lastly, in weather, Khartoum, Sudan, and Algiers, Algeria are mostly sunny with 43 and 25 degrees Celsius, respectively, while Kigali, Rwanda, is mostly cloudy with 26 degrees Celsius. And that was Information Africa News as produced by Information Africa team. Before we go, our African proverb for the day is a Liberian proverb that says, "A little rain each day will fill the rivers to overflowing." I am Josephine Paul. Have a good afternoon.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
It's another great moment on your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio, and I'd like to say a very beautiful good afternoon to you. It's officially the program Family Time, where we get to talk about how well we could remain family. My name is Elvis Oga, and I'm not here alone.
My name is Ekanem.
And we're going to be riding together with you in mind. Okay, we're going to be continuing from the topic we were discussing the other day.
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to start up from where we left off.
Okay.
Yeah, before I do.
Before I do.
Recall that we were talking about when a man goes down on a knee and pop the big question, will you marry me?
Question. Oh, that's a big question. I
It's
thought
actually a
like
big
other
one.
big questions, like, would you accept this contract of what $1 million now or no? That's a big question too.
Okay, before I do, and we were able to establish the fact that there are certain things we need to put in place before we finally say I do.
Yeah.
And we were trying to look at different attributes, getting to know these persons you want to make this lifelong decision with, and several other things. But while we're on our planning for the program, we point out the fact that it's quite important or pertinent. We talk about what a family, marriage, or union is, even though we were able to brush on it briefly last time. So, family, union, marriage. Let's talk about it. What?
So you gave us your definition of marriage then.
Okay, marriage is an institution where two different people come to become family.
You just have to infuse the family in it.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, like you said, it's an institution. So now it's legally binding.
All right.
So when I say legally, I mean, you know how it is right now in a society, all of the papers and everything, and it looks like you are signing an agreement.
Yeah, it's actually a contract.
It is a contract. Two people coming together to, institution.
I like the way you brought in the legal aspect, because recently in Nigeria, as a country in Africa, it's a new twist to what we call marriages, where you must have a paper backing it from a government institution. So bringing the legal aspect of it is never out of point. Like it's so on point. So we were talking about things we need to look at before we get married. Last week on the program, we talked about things like attribute, trait, or character of this person, and then features. And then we're actually looking at compatibility and all of that. So can we just throw more light on it a little bit before we move forward, what we have for the day?
Okay. So where do we start from? You didn't mention a lot of things now.
Yeah. Can we start from attribute?
Okay, attributes. Okay, when we talked about attributes here, before you decide that you want to settle down with someone, you want to get married to someone, I'm sure a lot of people would actually have, should I say, different character traits they want in a partner. Sometimes I did mention something last time, like sometimes the character of the person you want is not in the body that you want.
Yes.
You understand?
The character come in a different container.
Yes, exactly, a different container. So most times you see the people you ask them girls, and then they're like, I want a guy who's tall, dark, and handsome, all of that. But then you start going deep and talking about certain character traits you want. You notice that probably the person who's coming to you that has all of these character traits isn't
coming in this physicality you want.
All of this physical attributes that you want. So that's part of it actually. So you need to be able to understand your partner, understand whoever it is you want to settle down with, understand how well and how compatible you guys are, how compatible you can be.
Remember we did talk about people using love to go into relationship at the expense of friendship, and friendship is quite important and vital.
Friendship is very important because like I said last week, it gets to a point in your marriage. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but I'm sure you can ask from some of our parents, they have been in it longer than some of us. Yes. It gets to a point in marriage where the love you used to feel is not as strong as it used to be. So there are points where you get to and then you feel, and you actually be wondering, I mean, I was actually in love with this person like all along.
Yeah.
It happens. The love actually diminishes.
So
but
friendship
what actually keeps you going is that friendship you both had.
Okay, and let's move on straight to what we have for the day. And in case someone just joined us, it is Family Time on African Patriot Radio. You can be part of the conversation by leaving your comment on our Facebook, because we're live on Facebook at the moment at African Patriot Radio. Don't forget to be part of the family by following our link, subscribing to the page, and then hitting the notification button so that you can get notified
whenever we're up.
Exactly. Okay, so we are starting up from today. Things to do before we say I do, or we'll look at it from the medical line first. Pick.
Oh, let's talk a bit on some of the things you need to consider.
Okay.
Last week we actually mentioned maturity as a whole. So we're talking not just physically, because some people look at them like, oh, I'm old enough, I think I'm mature. We're not just talking about that. You have to be mature emotionally as well. I did mention emotional maturity.
True.
So that's being able to take responsibilities for your actions. And yes, I think you mentioned that.
We also talked about flexibility, not being too rigid, the ability to accommodate other people's beliefs and ideologies.
Yeah, one of the signs of emotional maturity actually, yes, you should be flexible, and in addition to being responsible as well.
Yeah, true. So now let's take a look at some basic things we need to do. Maybe it's all aimed at trying to get to know your prospective spouse more. Like we've seen, like, okay, the way you handle your fight or your quarrels matters a lot, because no matter how rosy, no matter how smooth the relationship is there must be a time where
it's always
your
going to be
differences must come
fights.
to play.
Yes.
So how you handle these things matters a lot. So some people will be like, one of the ways to prepare or things to do before you get married is engage in some
Engage in
differences.
the fight.
Yeah.
So what did they have the fight before you get married?
And the person, I was like, yes, you had it right. Engage in the fight.
Yeah, get in the fight. But okay, as scary as that sounds, I think it's actually important.
True.
Important. I mean, I'm not saying you should actually like instigate a fight. So you guys, I'm not talking about like a fist fight or using weapons, throwing things at each other.
Yeah.
But it's okay to have an argument. It's okay to have arguments. So now you know what. I don't want to say what triggers your partner, because I mean if you have anger issues, that's a different thing.
Yeah, true.
But you should know what actually triggers your partner, and how your partner would react in certain situations if they're angry, because there are people that actually have anger issues, and for some reason they find a way to run away from things that trigger them.
Yeah, true.
Because they know how ugly it can get. But now imagine you've been with someone and then they always avoid trouble, and you never know how angry this person can get until maybe you end up in a home with person and then you get that person really angry.
And the next thing, before you know it,
the person is punching a wall or punching something or probably punching you. I mean that's
like before you know it, they're now talking abuse or domestic violence.
Exactly.
Which will actually result into maybe perpetual divorce, and that's what we're trying to work on
and avoid.
So we don't get to see more of this thing, because when we get to see a more high rate of divorce in the society, you know what our children out of broken homes turn out to be. They are vulnerable, they are not properly raised to an extent, they live with that trauma and different things. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about things we need to do before you say I do.
I think basically, first of all, you need to I think one important thing you need to do is actually know what your expectations are to marriage. A lot of people, you mentioned last week that a lot of people actually go into marriage for different reasons. Some of them going expecting different things, and I mean you can't see something and expect that with time it would get better or it would change. If you're going to get into if you're going to get married to someone, you should know that this is how the person is. If it's something you can live with, fine. But to not go in expecting that person to change. It doesn't always go well.
We're talking about reasons why people might want to use that as an excuse to get into relationship. Be like, that person will change.
Yes.
Some people want to look at the amount of time, the commitment, and everything they have invested in that relationship. But we keep sounding it. A broken relationship is better than a broken home.
A broken home, honestly, because it's funny. Okay, imagine being in a relationship with someone that has a drug problem, for instance. You know this person has a drug problem.
Yeah.
And we've probably tried taking the person has gone to rehab, and one way or the other person keeps having a relapse.
Yeah.
So you've tried, and then you just keep feeling, this person would change. We get into marriage, this person would change. And you know how well, or you know the kind of work that this person is actually tried to put in, and for some reason it's not working. How about you find a way to help that person first instead of getting into marriage? Because the thing about expectations in marriage is even the littlest or the tiniest of things can actually cause troubles in a home, in marriage. From how neat you are to how you even press your toothpaste, all of those things, or people that actually say like leave the toilet seat open, leave the toilet seat up when you're done using it,
or getting to brush with the little splashes on the
mirror and not cleaning it up. Like tiniest things as that can actually cause troubles in the marriage.
True.
So these are some of the things you need to consider. Don't just go into it and say, not everybody can be the way you are. So if you've been doing it and you're like, even if my partner is not like this, I can do it for both of us, you will get tired at a point. That's the truth.
In as much as tolerance is okay, but trying to make this person understand these things and find a way of working around them is actually good as well. And we recall that we talked about communication being key in relationship the other day.
Very important.
One thing we need to do before saying I do is have this awkward and difficult conversation. It might not be comfortable, but it is better. You talk about those things, like we were saying, people tend to shy away from certain things and overlook them, that they are tiny, they are little, but like you mentioned, some of those tiny things actually can generate a lot, and before you know, it will escalate into something else.
And that's the thing. So conversations, communication, having being able to talk about any and everything. Like even as they do, okay, there are things that I feel like some people actually like forget to talk about certain things before getting married, and then they get into marriage and like they notice they have contrasting views about or values about certain things. I mean, it's obvious you both cannot have you both cannot always agree on everything. You're going to have contrasting beliefs, contrasting values on different views, or especially maybe when it comes to politics or business, religion, all of that. You cannot always be on the same page when it comes to.
We were
things
actually
like
talking
that.
about these things like during our normal discussion sometimes back, and we're like, if you see a relationship that everything seems to appear rosy, just know that someone is pretending.
Yes, someone is pretending, because you cannot always agree on everything. And no matter how alike you feel you both are, there are still things that you will disagree on, and that's the important. I think the important thing actually is that you need to be able to, when you have these conversations or discussions with the person, you guys open up to each other. You should be able to know, okay, this is what this is what this person believes. This is what this person thinks about this. Now the important
trying
thing
to
is
harmonize them.
Yes, the important thing is striking a balance, harmony, being able to respect each other's beliefs and values. That's what's important.
Goes in a long way. Okay, we've actually seen people who want, do we call that fair weather friend? In a nutshell, what we're talking about here today has to do or show the significance or importance of courtship. Because you cannot get to know all those things if you guys are not courting. So I begin to wonder when some people just meet people like you were talking about the other day during the days of our fathers or forefathers, and then they'll be like, okay, this is your wife. You don't know this person from that person.
The wife for you.
And the next thing is marriage. But
and then they tell you will grow to love this person. You grow to understand this person. I think, see guys that come out and say, I want a wife like my mother. And you're like, that was your mother's time. Things have changed. Things have evolved. People have evolved. You need to evolve as well.
So if you are not courting, you will not get to know these things.
When you say courting, so a lot of people use courting and then dating. Please help us understand. We're just talking about this.
I think it still has to do with communication and your expectations. Like the moment you ask a girl out, it's not all relationship that will end in marriage. So you have to define it.
Courting sounds like really formal. It sounds very formal
to an extent. That is when you've gotten to know this person and maybe you guys are thinking of settling down.
Okay, so when you're dating someone, you say you're dating someone, it's not. I mean, what if you guys actually have that? Like, it's part of the plan. Except it's mutual, but I don't see why two people should be in a relationship and they don't think of the next level after that.
Like you said, it could be mutual. Sometimes some people tell you they will define from the beginning.
Yeah, this is
the
just
lady
what I
wants
want,
this, the man want this as well. And
so they just collectively agree to waste their time. That's fine.
They collectively to waste their time. They collectively agree to spend that moment together.
Okay, you put it that way.
Okay, so like we were saying, fair weather friends. So if you are planning of settling down with somebody and you really want to say I do to each other, we have to struggle through the hard times together as well, because the finances will not always be there. So your ability to stick together, support each other, have each other's back during this trying time goes a long way.
Yes, always in the communication. So when we talk about communication, I think communication covers a lot of things. So when you talk about sticking together through hard times, especially let's say financially, I feel like you should be able to open up to each other. Okay, this is my financial status right now, or I earn between so and just do you understand? So you know, okay, so this is where we stand right now. Then you can at this point actually be able to maybe share responsibilities within yourself, because I mean there are guys that would feel somehow if their partner decides to maybe decides to settle some of the bills. I know that some guys are not okay.
They feel
with that.
slighted.
Yes, or they feel like their ego is dented somehow. I mean, all guys have the ego problem. You understand, but I think communication goes a long way. So you communicate, you know your financial status. Let your partner know, so you can decide, okay, you take care of this part of the bills, I take care of that. Or if you earn more, it's okay for you to take up more responsibilities. That's normal, but don't let it not be like it's just the job of one partner to take care of everything financially.
Still talking about communication, like you said, it covers a whole lot of things. Like you brought in the finances there, have financial talk, and actually know this person's plan.
Yeah,
like some people want to go into marriage for different reasons. Like we mentioned the other day, some people will tell you, "I'm getting into this union. I don't want to have kids." We don't get to see that much from around here, but few people still practice that.
Yeah, few people still do that. When you're talking about you having discussions about things you want in marriage, kids should come into. So you can decide. Oh, after marriage, that we could wait for like 2 years before having kids. We could wait for like a year before having kids. True. That works. You talk about number of kids you want to have. True. Talk about how you want to raise your kids. All of these are very important
and then
conversations.
Life aspirations as well. Maybe you are the lady is somebody who wants a life in the city, and then you want that quite country life. You need to discuss all of those things and reach an agreement where you can handle it.
Because I mean, well, I don't know about you, but I think this actually mainly affects the ladies more. You get married, you have dreams, you have aspirations, and then
all of a sudden,
you get married, and then you're someone's wife, and that actually limits you from doing a lot. I feel like it shouldn't be a limiting factor.
I've raised this issue before. When I normally ask my primary schoolmate, very brilliant ladies way back then, growing up, and you ask them, what do you want to be in the future? They will tell you pilot, aeronautic engineers.
And then they grew up and got married, and they can't do any of those things.
Some of them even, we were quite close to university days, and in 200 level, and I saw invitations for marriages and all. I'll be like, are you sure you're going to continue with your dreams? Then after marriage, 1 or 2 years, and then
they have kids, people. And then kids come in. It's funny how, like I said, talk about things like this. If you have a partner that actually supports your dreams, your aspirations, no matter what happens, if you guys are married, that person would actually push you to be better.
True.
So the person would actually push you to follow that dream. And most times, I know it's difficult, like I said, for the ladies especially, because you get married. First thing is, okay, now you're married to someone's wife, and then they just assume there's some career path you shouldn't follow. There's some career path you shouldn't tread. All of these things come in, and then the next minute you're having kids, and then you're like, okay, who am I going to leave my kids with? I can't leave my kids with someone and just be away for like a very long time. Or I can't take my kids with me wherever I'm going to do. Or I can't just keep me. There's always going to be that issue with kids. But then if you have discussions about this with your partner before marriage, I'm very sure there's always a way for everything. So you say where there is a way.
Why doing all these things in order, in a bid to get to know your prospective spouse very well? It is also important for you to stay far apart from each other to see how well you could do. Maybe in case work take you guys to different locations, well you could stay, and then bring, like, there's this popular belief or saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder. And they bring in new challenges. They bring in new challenges to see how well you could actually cope with this person, and they will tell you communication is just the easiest way to keep this long distance relationship. And in some funny way, they will just put up a tall guy and an average lady and be like, this is the perfect definition of a long distance relationship.
You just had to. Okay.
That's by the way.
Yeah, well, I get your point though. I get your point. I mean, but right, in our African society, well, you're not supposed to actually live with whoever you want to get married to before you actually married to that person.
True.
So I think I think it'll be easier actually that way for you both to be able to get your lives together separately as individuals before you come together collectively to get it together.
Okay, before you settle down, like we're still talking about communication here.
Yeah.
You have to divide the household chores.
Yeah.
Like there are no chores for the male or the female. Everybody eats, so anybody can cook. Everybody stays in the house.
You just hit the point. Like, if you can eat, you can cook. No matter how terrible of a cook you think you are.
Everybody stays in the house, so anybody can clean
it. Man, you deserve a round of applause, really. You do.
I know you're trying to tell me increase the volume.
Yeah, increase the volume.
Ladies, is the volume enough?
Because you need to hear it too.
Okay, like you were talking about, I think it was on Savage Crew, and you had mentioned where somebody was like, you mean you've been in the house all day and the house is this dirty? And the lady came up with a response. You've been all day working. That means the money must be everywhere.
yeah.
Okay. Then sharing secret.
Yeah.
Sharing
back to sharing responsibilities and household chores, like I said before.
Yeah.
I think most of the problem with that actually came from the way most, or should I say, some of us were brought up. Some people actually grew up in, well, I think we probably discussed that under knowing your partner's family and all of that, but growing up, maybe they just weren't, especially for the guys, they just weren't used to doing household chores.
True.
So they grew up with expectation that there's always going to be a female, there's always going to be a girl there, a woman there to do this for me, which is a very wrong way to live. Yeah. What happens when you're in a place where there's nobody around you to help you? Does that mean you're going to be living like a pig? Because, I mean, if you cannot clean, you can't cook for yourself, or you manage to cook, you can't clean up after yourself, then there's a problem.
Big one.
A very big problem.
Big one. And then we were looking at sharing your intimate secret.
Great, yes. I have a question about that, though. I have a question about that.
Okay.
So, imagine you were a terrible person in the past. And then you talked about sharing secrets. Obviously, you want to settle down with someone, and then you feel you guys have come a long way. It's about time to settle down here. Sharing of secrets, is it every secret you share?
You must have understood this person.
Yeah, you must have. But then, because I'm asking, because I've heard stories of where two people come together and they want to get married, and then the secret is out. Secret is out. Let's say, for instance, you know how it is in the African society, especially where they feel like the man can never do wrong. So let's say this woman had maybe a promiscuous past, and then she shares it with her husband to be, owing to the fact that we're about to make a home. You should know everything about me. And then then he hears this, and then he decides to use it against her. So it's like they get married, and then something happens, or they have a little fight or quarrel, and he brings up her past.
Up every time.
Do you understand? He brings up her past, or maybe for some reason they can't have children, and he starts blaming her. He hasn't gone to check himself out. He hasn't checked herself out. And imagine, surprisingly, she's okay, and he's the one who has the problem. But because he knows this thing about her past, he uses it against her and then blames her for whatever.
And might never want to go for a test because he has.
Do you understand?
And he knew about
so
this.
I'm just saying, I think before you go about sharing secrets.
So what happened if you don't share the secret and the person happens to find out?
That's another thing. I
think it's best, like from the early stage of the relationship, before things get really serious, it's better you divulge all of the secret.
Just let it out there. Like you said earlier, a broken relationship is better than a broken home.
And then let's talk about knowing your core beliefs and values.
Yes.
Yeah. Your core beliefs and values.
I did mention earlier that you cannot always agree on everything. Yes, you can't agree on everything. I mean, you can't possibly be on the same page.
Maybe you're this strong believer, church loving type, and then your partner is this atheist who is so much into science.
Yes. Oh well. You have to strike a balance. You have to find a balance, because I'm not going to tell you, because this person is not of the same religion with you, do not get married. I'm not going to say that.
No.
You have your reasons for wanting to settle down with that person.
Yeah.
But everything is all about finding a balance, striking a balance between both. As long as, like I said earlier, as long as you respect each other's beliefs and values, everything should work well.
Very importantly, something that breaks a relationship and breaks marriages, infidelity. So you have to define what cheating is, because cheating is largely relative to an extent.
Well, one thing, yes, cheating is relative. A lot of people tell you, I don't sleep with other girls, so I'm faithful. I mean, I don't sleep with other girls. That means I don't cheat. I'm faithful to my partner.
Yes.
But I would tell you that we all cheat.
One way
or the other. The moment
I'm actually listening to someone who says once you are hiding anything.
Once you're hiding anything from your partner, that's cheating. The moment, I mean, hiding women, or maybe it could be anything. It could be your
conversation with other people on the phone,
another person, or maybe something financial, or something otherwise, something you don't want your partner to know about. Then, I mean, you're cheating.
So define what cheating is.
At the moment, I'm giving you scenarios. So I believe the scenarios I'm actually giving a definition, or the moment you notice you start spending more time away from your partner.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you're spending with some other person, but the moment you're not giving your partner enough attention,
that's cheating.
That's cheating.
In clear terms.
In clear terms. So you don't necessarily have to be doing something else with some other person before you know that you are cheating.
Yeah, like it seems you didn't even get me right. When I said define cheating, I was not asking you to define cheating, but I was saying before you say I do,
yeah, define what cheating is to you. So that's what I'm actually giving scenarios.
I get it. Because like there's this particular picture I saw. Maybe this guy believes going to a strip club is never a cheating, but the wife is never comfortable with it and calls that cheating.
Why would you be married and going to a strip club? No, honestly, but let's look at it. What pleasure are you deriving from looking at a stripper or looking at naked women? I mean, I'm just saying, as much as you derive pleasure from that, it is cheating. So whether or not you do anything with that person, it's all in your mind.
That is where being responsible comes in.
Exactly. I mean, you have a wife at home. If you want a show, ask for a show. She can give it to you.
First hand.
Private show. Do you understand? So, I mean, it is cheating as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. And then what you need from your partner, like things you really need from your partner, is still part of communication.
Yeah.
Things it has to do with communication and expectation. What you need from your partner. Like, recall that we're talking about some people not want to hear sorry. They just want to see you pick up corrections.
Yes, pick up. But then when you put it that way, I think most people that feel that way actually forget that nobody's above mistakes.
True.
People make mistakes. I remember you saying something earlier when you said sometimes when you say sorry, it seems like it was like a premeditated action
like,
or something.
Do it after
I'll do
sorry.
it. I'm gonna say sorry and then everything will be fine. I understand where you're coming from with that, but there are people that genuinely mean it when they say sorry or when they say I'm sorry. And there's a difference between I am sorry and the difference between I am sorry and sorry. So most times you just say something happens and you just say sorry. I mean that doesn't work. You just say sorry, so like let's just die the issue. Let's dead it. That kind of thing. But when you say I'm sorry, people that say I am sorry and genuinely meaning that, you know, okay, this person normally wouldn't do this. Person wouldn't do something like this to hurt me, intentionally.
To me, true reflection of sorry is not in the words.
But
it's
in
not
the
in
action,
the feelings.
It's in the action.
It is in you not repeating that thing.
That's what I'm saying. Your actions after that. But like I said, people make mistakes. So no mistakes that I say, I know I make this mistake, and then they just do not make conscious effort not to make the mistake. People actually make mistakes.
Still talking about telling your partner what you need from him or her.
Yeah.
It goes a long way in you be like, this is what I want from you. You just need to. There are some people that don't like PDAs, public display of affection. Others like it very well just to show that, yeah. And I don't even get it when someone is trying to show you off publicly, especially when you're married. And you look at it, I'll be like, if you are not showing me off publicly, I'll be like, you're hiding me from something. You're hiding something.
But then there's the people too that do not like putting their relationships out there as well. Because then they feel like, I'm not trying to prove anything to the world.
True.
It's between you and I. So whatever, as long as we know what we have is real, that's fine by me. They don't necessarily have to put it out. And then there's people, like you said, I believe, if you do not put it out there.
Especially in marriage.
Yes, like especially marriage. It's like if you do not put it out there, then it's either you're hiding something or you're hiding me from the world.
True.
So it's probably you're doing something you don't want everybody to know that you're married, and so when they see you doing this thing, they don't judge you.
So the bottom line, be open enough to communicate about virtually everything. This is the person you're about to make a lifelong decision. Like we talked about the other day, the expected bar from a marriage is till death do us apart. So you just know that what you're entering. I remember I actually attended this. Was it a marriage ceremony or this religious gathering that somebody defined? This man is a man of God.
Okay.
That's very fluent. So he will tell you like, I'm an orator. This man said, let me tell you what marriage is. Marriage is the only institution among other institutions that you get a certificate before you get into it. Others give you a certificate when you live in.
Wow. How did I not think about it?
So this man actually made people saw how important, how unique marriage is as an institution.
Yeah.
The program is still Family Time on African Patriot Radio Media Feed. Elvis Oga, one and only radio best friend, is still in the studio, and
I am Ekane.
Okay, we'll go on a break to quickly check out some comment we have. If we've got some already, but if you've not dropped yours, please drop it on our Facebook page. Let's go for this time out. We'll be right back.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekane.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Welcome back. You're still tuned and listening to your number one radio station where updated information and the very best of entertainment is 100% guaranteed. It is African Patriot Radio, and we're talking before I do on Family Time. Yeah, we've been talking much about things we need to do outside the medical line, and I know someone out there is wondering, won't these guys talk about the medical lines? Medical stuff we need to do that will inform our decisions for life.
Yes.
So there are certain things we need to do medically before we say we do. I will be taking a look at them one after the other. My name is still Elvis Oga. It hasn't changed.
Oh, well, okay. I'm still Ekane.
M for short.
Yeah, M for short.
I missed that part, so please
always
put it every time. Okay, there are a whole lot of a myriad of health challenges out there, so it's not out of place for prospective spouses to know their health status before they go into marriage as a union or as an institution. So one of these tests we will advise people to conduct before saying I do to each other is for some of these chronic medical conditions.
Yes. It's actually important because you don't want to go into something and at the end of the day somebody is giving you something else that you did not bargain for.
I love the aspect where you said you did not bargain for, because actually knowing the status is not enough reason to back out of the relationship, back out of the union, but it will help you prepare.
Yes, so you can decide on your own. Am I ready to actually deal with this? If you're ready, go into it. It's fine.
True. So we're talking about chronic ailments like cancer, HIV, AIDS,
epilepsy,
hepatitis, and the rest.
Yes.
So it's quite important that you do. That's why I like marriages from some certain institution or facet of the society, like the religious body. There are some tests. If you don't produce them,
they're not joining you.
Okay. Away from that, we also need to look at the blood group test. And when we talk about the blood group test, on a general, like more common initially it was not common, but with the increase in literacy, education, we've got to know that knowing your blood group and your blood genotype is quite important, because a situation might arise that will warrant blood transfusion, and you know that type O positive and type O negative does not mix. Okay, those one are universal donor, but when you have A, B, and the rest, they don't mix, because scientifically or medically they will tell you to cause coagulation of this blood.
Wow, you're a science student, right?
Okay. That's what happened. That's why you don't mix these antigens together. So knowing these things will actually help you manage your health condition or health situations if need be.
I know what you're getting into, yes.
And then a little step further into it, we'll now...
Okay. Well, let's look at some of the blood groups that we have here. You did mention the O
positive,
the universal donor. So we have like the A's, the B's, the O, and then it's the AB. And that's actually not very common. Like very few people have that. We have that, and then we don't actually come in positives.
When you go for this medical test, they will tell you things that maybe these people are prone to have. So that you watch your feeding habit and the rest.
No, A positive people, malaria.
Malaria
is the thing. I'm speaking from experience, actually. It's like whenever rain starts falling, I'm like, the mosquitoes are coming out. And so, like my A positive brothers and sisters.
Very importantly, the genotype, where you have the AA and the AS and the SS.
That's actually very important, because like you said, love is not enough for you to want to go into marriage with someone or decide to settle down with someone. You have to consider all of those things. I mean, I have friends.
Even in as much as love is important, I don't even feel love should be peculiar to marriage. Love should be something you live on a daily.
Do you understand? You live on that on a daily. So you can't just say, oh, I just love this person, that's why I want to settle down with this person. It's important, yes. I mean, it's important to have love. I mean, like we say, love is like the only medicine, or one of like the important medicine we need in the world to heal the world. Really, love is important.
So
but you cannot base a marriage on that alone.
When you are AS and you're settling for someone with AS, just know that there is a probability of having a sickle in your family, because the S will go and meet with the X.
Yes, and in as much as people do not talk about the sickle cell disease a lot, it's something very, very
true.
Very true. Something very sad, actually, that a lot of people do not talk about it. But I mean, I have like a couple of friends that suffer from sickle cell disease, and I know what it's like for them. I know what they have to go through, and trust me, you would not want your child to go through that. So make sure you're not AS, and make sure whoever it is you want to settle down with is not AS. I mean, just to avoid some of these things in the future.
Or in order not to some like discriminatory against these people, it's better you know, so that you know what you're bargaining
so you know what you're getting into. But then at the same time, do not sentence a little child, an innocent child, to something
you wouldn't wish
upon yourself.
True.
Exactly.
True. And it is from this blood test that we get to see the resource factor test that has to do with pregnancy. And
Muslims, yes. So
and it is when we don't, like from the African setting, you get married and people are, before you, like you were talking about reaching an agreement to wait for a year, 2 years, 3 years before you get married. But your in-laws or people around are even busy asking you.
We need to know how far she is.
How far now? They're asking you all these things. So it is from these resource factors test that you know if there's going to be complications and all of these things.
Or if you get a compound, because if as a woman you're like resource factor positive, you be positive, and then you marry someone that is negative, there's every possibility that you guys are not going to be compatible. That's why most times when you mentioned pregnancy, you're pregnant, if
miscarriage,
you have miscarriages.
Even when they can conceive miscarriages happen.
Most times it's not your village people. It's not, honestly.
True.
So some people like they're following me from the village. It's not your village people. Most times you actually need to do this test so you know what you're getting
People
into.
might want to argue that it can be corrected with science and all of that, but it's quite expensive. We are talking about surrogacy and different other scientific processes.
It's very expensive when you talk about correcting it.
For the want of time, let's run fast and see how many more of these tests that are needed. We can talk about, like for HIV and some sexually transmitted disease.
Yes, STDs.
You actually need to conduct these tests and know the status of yourself and that of your partner.
And that of your partner as well. Yeah.
so that you know what
like
you're
I
getting
said,
into.
you do not want to get into something and get what you did not begin for.
We also have a fertility test.
Yes, important.
When
it goes both ways.
It goes both ways. I like the fact that you say it goes both ways.
Yeah, because most times when you
from
say
the African setting,
when you say fertility test, they just look at the woman's area alone, which is very wrong. Because I mean, we've seen situations where maybe they can't have children, and then, like I said, African setting, they just blame the woman, she's not fertile. But then at the end of the day, you notice that probably the guy himself has issues. Maybe he has like low sperm count, which is an issue as well. So these are all most of the things you actually take when you do.
And then if there's when you know the status, you could be diagnosed, and then treatment could be prescribed for you
immediately.
Then we have actually talked about genotypic tests under the blood test, that we talked about your genotype and all of that. Let's take a look at the mental health test. It's one angle people tend to shy away from, but very, very important. Somebody might not be loose on the street before we know that he or she is having health mental issues.
You know what they say? Many are mad, but few are roaming. So
true.
you don't have to be on the street for So you also need to do a test like that upstairs.
Some people could actually have mental health disorder without even them knowing. Flaring up at the slightest instance could be mental issue.
Yes, and then some people just say, "No, I have mood swings." Your mood is not swinging. You might actually have you might have a more advanced problem. It's not just your mood.
So proper testing will actually put you in proper place to see maybe if it's a deficiency of a particular hormone, a mineral, anything. Prescription could just go down, and before you know, that's corrected, and you people are living fine. Because trust me, like if you've got conscience, of which we agree in some part that okay, there's a program we're running on this platform, the Patreon, and we're like everybody has a conscience, but everybody's conscience is alive.
Okay, yes. Not
everybody's
conscience is alive. That's true. Yeah. But some of them actually put their conscience to sleep.
Because I'm actually trying to make that example of when you hurt someone and you yourself you feel bad because you hurt someone.
But then when you hurt someone and you don't even feel like you've done something, that's a problem.
You threw your conscience away.
Yes. And it's like I said, most times it's not spiritual, it's all in the head.
Studio time check 13:55 GMT. It's about that time. We take a bow.
Yes, oh my God. It was I really enjoyed talking about this.
Trust me.
I wish we had more time. We cannot exhaustively talk about things to consider and do before marriage.
That will be on our next episode.
Yeah, but I'm very glad we could come this far. I think one way or the other we've been able to teach somebody something.
It's a good way. So what are you leaving us with?
Well, we talked on a lot of things today, and we talked about striking a balance between you and your partner. I said something before, you can't go into marriage if you don't I think I actually forgot to mention this, but make sure your goals are aligned. And by aligned, I don't mean you don't necessarily have to have like force your goals on the other person, but make sure you guys are going in the same direction. Put it out, because one cannot be going left and the other going right. There's no meeting point for you. So whatever you do, make sure you respect each other, respect each other's beliefs, values, and just strike a balance.
She already said a lot, and from my own end, I would like to say some of those little things we ignore are the things that causes the most problems. So try to pay attention to every detail of your welfare, of your well-being. My name is Elvis Oga, and that is the much we can take. We will be doing this same time, same station next week. Endeavor to join us.
My name is Emem Ekane. Have a great day.
It's a bye-bye from us.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekane.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Okay, now if you check your time, it is 3 minutes gone past the hour of 2 o'clock. Oh, you're still listening to African Patriot Radio, and the program is Aviation Africa. And y'all know how we do it. I'm not alone in the studio. I got the aviation expert. Yeah, I love to call him aviation expert. This brother always loves to give me the aviation stories. I'm like, brother, we need to do this together. Okay, he goes by the name Peter Agbese. He's right here with me. I love to call him Rocky.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, brother. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, you look quite different today. You got a new haircut?
I had to cut the hair myself.
Oh, okay, you did that yourself because you couldn't step into this salon because of the whole coronavirus. You definitely need to stay safe. Okay, it is Tuesday, another Tuesday. And once it's 2 o'clock, you all know what we do. Aviation Africa. And today happens to be the 5th day in the month of May. Okay, now on Aviation Africa today, it is going to be a continuation of what we stopped sometime last week, where we did talk about the effect of the coronavirus in the Nigerian aviation industry. Yeah. Okay, so like we did talk about a whole lot of stuff. Okay, that's the effect of coronavirus, what it has actually done to the aviation industry in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, across the world.
Across the world.
Like how a lot of airline companies are actually losing billions of dollars, naira.
In some cases, the airlines are even completely losing their existence.
They are. Like just like what you told me this afternoon.
South African Airways is gone.
South African Airways is gone. Sadly. And do you think talking about the Nigerian aviation industry would actually face the same fate as the South African airline industry?
The main domestic route in South Africa is the Johannesburg-Cape Town route, which as of last year was the 25th busiest air route in the world.
25th as of last year?
Yep. 25th busiest air route in the world. They had in excess of 10 million passengers on just that route. So if a major participant on such a revenue-rich route can succumb to coronavirus, I mean, we don't have an airline that carries more than maximum 5 million passengers a year in Nigeria. But this airline has one route that produces 10 million passengers a year. So
just within
the country.
Within the country alone.
Yes.
I mean, how come wait, now I'm going to rephrase that question. So that is to say, in South Africa alone, just between one state to the other state, Johannesburg and Cape Town, 10 million.
It's the busiest air route in Africa for a start. And like I said, 25th busiest in the world.
25th busiest. Well, at one time I thought it was the Ethiopian airline.
No, Ethiopian has a small domestic market, but they expand their market by transfer passengers.
Okay, that's within the continent.
And across the world.
And across the world too. Okay, now, light touch regulation in the aviation industry.
Back to that issue.
Back to that issue. Because we really, really, really need to break everything down as it stands right about now. Because transportation is becoming something else. Even now that we've got partial lockdown, still the aviation industry is still locked down.
Completely.
Yes. That is to say, they're not even involved in all this because borders are still closed.
And apart from borders being closed, is that even if they start flying, they can only fly domestic because other countries still have their border restrictions in force.
Mm-hmm.
And if we take it from the global scale, you have the big players who still do their New Yorks, their Londons, their Munichs, their Tokyos. But if you now bring it down to a regional level, many countries in Europe still have technical border lockdowns. So yes, within the EU you can move, but if you bring it down to Africa, countries have their technical lockdowns, but since the airlines are grounded, you can't even fly.
You can't even fly.
So, I mean, it's more or less either, no matter what way you look at it right now, African airlines as a whole are bleeding, even those who are flying. Everyone's bleeding.
Africa as a whole.
Africa's airlines as a whole, they're all bleeding. No matter what angle you look at it from.
So the only way out for this is just for us to wait up until this pandemic ends, because that is what it possibly look like right about now.
If we wait for that long, we might end up starting or restarting the economy fully and having airports but no airlines to fly from them.
Well, from all indication, it seems that is going to be the option. Don't you think so?
Well, we've had airlines in Nigeria fire their staff at very short notice as a result of this. We've had airlines currently working on downsizing both fleet and staff. We've had airlines giving people 80% pay cuts, which in all honesty sounds very reasonable, seeing as their revenues have reduced to zero. And even any further plans of any form of capital expansion, like buying new planes. I think for the foreseeable 9 months to a year would very likely be shelved.
Bruh. So we're back to square one from all indications. No aircraft, nothing.
But it is, funny enough, it is a very good time for the entire industry to truly reset.
Yes.
Over the weekend, I was privileged to watch an interview which had been given sometime last week by Captain Dapo Olumide.
Captain Dapo Olumide. That's the former MD of Aero Contractors in Virgin Nigeria.
That Dapo Olumide.
Yeah.
And in that interview, he touched on so many issues which, in my humble opinion, have been obvious to anybody that has an even passing interest in the aviation sector in Nigeria. From the fact that the industry is regulated but not as properly as it should be.
As it should be, yeah.
To the fact that airlines are using the wrong aircraft for the wrong routes. Yes, I mean, I've said this thing before that I don't understand why a Lagos to Abuja flight is operated every 3 hours with a Boeing 737 when you could operate it, if possible, at peak times, 2 times in an hour with a smaller aircraft.
Don't you think that there might be some unforeseen challenges for this aviation companies, the likes of ARIC and then some other?
Well, the unforeseen challenges have been brought on largely by structural issues.
Okay. So it is an internal thing.
Yeah, well, yes, the structure of the aviation sector in Nigeria is stuck in 1978, which was when Nigeria was at its largest.
Yeah.
Our structure is still stuck at that point in the past. It hasn't grown in any way.
So
even the new capacity that is being added has already been exhausted.
What? That fast?
The new terminals, I promise you, when they are fully commissioned in 18 months, we'll be crying for new terminals again because, well, of course, the coronavirus will slow down that growth. But, for example, Lagos is or has been operating at above the 7 million passenger mark for some time now. And that airport was designed for 5 million. So it's been operating over capacity for some time. Now, the new domestic terminal there is that problem, But even that is full. So, I mean, it's and part of that being full is the fact that we underutilize our aviation assets in Nigeria. As much as possible, an airport is supposed to be working, an aircraft is supposed to be in the air for as many hours out of the 24
Out of the 24
possible.
hours, yeah.
But in Nigeria, airline operations are summed up to sunset for reasons such as inadequate landing aids.
Okay.
Inadequate security, of course, because you are not going to fly into a town at 10 p.m. if you don't feel safe.
If you don't feel safe, true.
But there are ways around this. You could have aircraft running local and regional routes during the day and send them on longer hauls overnight.
Okay, now the thing is, most of these companies, don't they get to put all these measures into considerations before they start operation in a country like Nigeria?
Like I said, we are operating in the 2020s with a 1970s mindset in the aviation industry.
Then things has to change.
Well,
how do we move forward?
Okay, now I would say that moving forward, there needs to be a broader mindset.
Okay.
There needs to be a more adventurous mindset. The most importantly is that the obsession with the idea of the government creating and owning a national carrier, it needs to die.
So you feel
it's an idea that even in the 1990s was outdated.
So you feel that is where part of the problem is actually coming from.
A very big part.
A very big part.
Yes. You deal with the mindset, you deal with the lack of equipment, and of course, strategically overall for the country, you start dealing with the security problems. And I would say you've solved roughly 80% at least of the problems outside the control of the airlines. The other 20% being the availability of foreign currency. Because the airline business is a business where you earn in naira but you expend in dollars.
You're spending in dollars, yeah.
From training to maintenance to fuel to insurance to overflight fees to catering, you're paying for all that in dollars. Okay, well, domestic flights you might pay for your catering in naira.
In
but
naira,
typically, aviation pricing is in dollars. Your spare parts are in dollars. Your aircraft are in dollars.
Okay, so we did talk about a lot of stuff sometime last week,
Yes.
where we got to talk about the effect of coronavirus and with the whole borders being closed and everything affecting the aviation industry and everything. Now let's come back to Nigeria, because I know we've been talking about how it has really affected the aviation industry in Nigeria, talking about coronavirus.
Yes.
Now let's look at the problems locally. Okay, let's look at the problems locally. That is the local industry, the challenges and everything.
Okay.
We did talk about lot. Now, that was where you got to talk about the big C, corruption, which has been one of the major things that is kind of hindered so many progress, and then progress into moving the aviation industry in Nigeria to a better place. You did talk about the big C, the corruption and everything.
Now,
how do we get to tackle all this?
Now, first of all, is that corruption is not an aviation industry problem.
It is. It's not definitely
endemic. It's a Nigeria problem. So
it is a Nigeria problem.
I don't
but then you find it in every sector.
Good.
In as much as it is a Nigerian problem, you find it in schools. You find it in different offices. You find it everywhere you go. So it's not just a Nigerian problem. It is an industrial problem. Yeah. So now we're talking about aviation.
Yeah.
The effect, the challenges and everything. Obviously, they will also have corruption challenges. Don't you think so?
Like you just said, every industry has corruption problems.
Yeah.
But for the fact that we know that it's everywhere, it would pay more to focus on the industry-specific problems more.
So if you don't tackle those problems, how can you face the other problems in the industry?
Yeah, well, you need to tackle yours. It's just like saying that somebody is ill, but he wants to volunteer to help the government in the coronavirus fight.
Well,
you need to heal yourself before you can help in the fight.
Well, that actually happened with Access Bank, where they gave the government 1 billion to fight corruption, and then the next day they had to let 75% of their workers go.
Well, I'm not here to speak about banking. The bankers can speak better.
Well, I'm just giving you a scenario of how the whole thing played.
Yeah, I mean, it played out that way, but I don't see any such behavior in the aviation industry.
Mm-hmm. The transport industry, yeah.
I mean, they've done their bit as responsible corporate citizens, yes, but beyond that, there hasn't been any irresponsibility, at least.
Irresponsibility.
At least not in the context of this epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, there are some basic key problems that have faced the Nigerian aviation industry and have, in fact, been a part of the industry for as long as I can remember. First, like I stated before, is the fact that it's the normal thing for airlines typically to use the wrong aircraft for the right mission.
I was going to come to that.
We're talking about that. Like I said, I see no reason why you don't have 12 or 14 flights a day between Lagos and Abuja on one airline, instead of operating a 737 3 or 4 times a day, Lagos to Abuja. Because the 737 is an aircraft that is designed for 3, 4, 5-hour flights.
Okay.
So when you are flying it Lagos to Abuja, 50 minutes, 1 hour, you can see that it's just like buying a Formula 1 car and using it to go to the office every day.
Yeah, it just
doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's not economically right because you can't afford the maintenance schedule like that. But that's what the airlines have been doing because Nigerians like big planes. And we've not been able to, as an industry, enlighten the average Nigerian traveler that the fact that a plane is small doesn't necessarily mean that it's not safe.
Well, I think that is one mentality that we really need to get out of our head.
The same Nigerian would go to Europe and happily board Hop by Air France, whose largest aircraft is an 80-seater aircraft. But they come to Nigeria and they tell you if it's not the big Boeing 737,
yeah, we don't want.
Not going.
We don't want.
Will kill me in the air.
We don't want.
So it's a mindset issue, really.
It is a mindset
and the
issue.
Airlines are really suffering for this.
Oh, well, definitely they are. They are.
This thing I'm saying about having frequent flights, I don't know if you've encountered Airpeace Hopper.
No, I haven't.
Or if you've encountered Ibom Air.
I have. Ibom Air, yes.
Yes, and to an extent, Arik as well. Those three are attempting to right-size their fleets by acquiring smaller regional aircraft, which is what you should be. Because, I mean, the longest domestic flight in Nigeria is 2.5 hours. So even that doesn't really justify using a 737.
Okay, you're still listening to African Patriot Radio. Now, the program is Aviation Africa, and of course, I got the aviation expert right here talking about Peter Agbese. I mean, if you want to be part of this interesting conversation, you can just go straight up to our Facebook page. It is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Okay, now I'm going to give that again. It is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Or better still, you can go straight up onto your YouTube. Just search for African Patriot Radio. Click on this subscribe button, and then also don't forget the bell. You know, like you can see a bell there. Click on it, binging, just so you can get notified whenever we're coming up with a program. Okay, just so you can also be part of this great family. All right, now let's just go back to the program. Virgin aircraft, Virgin Nigeria, Virgin America. I know we've got like a 6. Is it up to 6 or 7?
There used to be 4, but
4?
now there are 3.
There are 3. Okay.
Or more appropriately, there used to be 4, but now there are 2.
There are 2.
Yes.
Now, what happened to the other 2?
Well,
they went into administration?
The 4 Virgin Airlines.
Yeah, the 4 Virgin Airlines.
I refer to Virgin America,
Virgin
Atlantic, Virgin Nigeria, and Virgin Australia.
Virgin Australia. So right about now, Virgin Nigeria is gone.
Virgin Nigeria is gone.
Virgin Australia.
Virgin Australia just went into
administration. So now you're left with just two.
One actually.
One.
Because
Okay.
Virgin America was bought over by Alaska Airlines.
Yeah, Alaska
2 years
Airlines.
ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. I remember that.
And even the one that is left, which is Virgin Atlantic, is asking for a $500 million loan from the British taxpayer, which they're unfortunately, I would say, unlikely to get.
So now, what has been happening to the Virgin franchise when it comes to aviation? Because in Nigeria, I think they couldn't sustain it. Apart from the whole thing being, let not someone say, okay, now the government was trying to get a national carrier for the country, blah, 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 blah. You know, like so many things might want to play in. But
Well,
now, okay, let me just...
What I would say is that this crisis has shown up the fact that the world's airlines have not been as well run as we have all thought that they have been. Because many of them, even those who shouldn't be struggling,
are struggling. That's even before the coronavirus pandemic.
No, many of them were exposed by the coronavirus pandemic.
But then they were suffering then.
But the Virgin Airlines have been suffering for a while.
Okay.
The Nigeria one, we know how that closed down.
Yeah,
We
we
don't
know.
need to go
Yeah,
into
we
that.
definitely know. We know what happened to that one.
Virgin America was sold. Virgin Australia is a Virgin airline owned by the Virgin Group, but it also has Etihad Airways.
Etihad, yeah.
It also has Singapore Airlines and a Chinese consortium led by the Nanxing Group. Those four are the major shareholders. So those are some of the heaviest
Of the Virgin
weights
Group.
of Virgin Australia.
Virgin Australia, sorry.
So those are some of the heavyweights of the industry owning this airline together in Australia. But as of last count, the airline was about $6 billion in debt. Has operating cash of less than 50 million remaining. And is owing staff alone nearly $700 million. That's not an airline, that's a financial shell. And I think in due course, we might have the Australian government carry out an investigation to find out what really went wrong.
That's just for Virgin Australia alone. Not to talk about what happened right here in Nigeria and then other part of the world where they have the Virgin Group.
Yeah.
My brother, this is quite sad. This is quite sad. And now I know you've mentioned most of the aviation. Companies in Nigeria here that are flying that are not using.
All of them are not flying.
Yeah, I know. Like I know all of them are not flying as it stands right about now. But then let's talk about the kind of aircraft they do use, because even Captain Dakpo Olumide did mention it that Nigerian the type of aircraft we use in Nigeria, that Nigeria operates the wrong types of aircraft right here in Nigeria.
Yes.
Because I did I did watch that interview and I was wondering, apart from having the aviation sector, I know there's a body that actually cross-checked everything when it comes to aviation in Nigeria that reports back to the government.
Yes.
So now, if we operate the wrong kind of aircraft in Nigeria, don't you think at one point in time these things should have been corrected?
Now, you do know that it is possible to use the wrong tool for the right mission.
But what if that wrong tool for the right mission eventually becomes catastrophic at the end?
That's the point. You will achieve the mission, but at what cost?
At what cost?
Now, a typical Lagos to Abuja seat costs you 25,000 naira.
Yeah, true.
Of that 25,000 naira, the airline typically gets about 40% as its revenue from that ticket. So the result of this is that tickets are not so adequately priced. The tickets are not adequately priced. And that inadequate pricing now fully comes into effect because you're spreading it out over a larger basket. So using Lagos to Uyo as an example, if an Arik or an Airpeace or a Dana Air were to say we want to start flying to Uyo, they would have to use a Boeing 737 because that's typically what Nigerian airlines have in their fleet.
Yeah.
Your standard 737 sits about 130, 140, some 150 passengers. The Boeing 737-800, which is operated by Arik and Airpeace, sits about 180, 190. So you have to use that to fly to Uyo and back. Is there a guarantee that you have 180 passengers for the number of times a day you want to fly to and from Uyo? No, there isn't.
There's no guarantee for that.
And of course, the bigger the aircraft, the more fuel it drinks, the more experienced the pilots have to be. The more your landing costs, the more your because navigation costs, landing costs, terminal charges, those things are all based either on the number of passengers the aircraft is actually carrying or can carry, or on the weight of the aircraft.
So now, with all this, would you say?
Hold on, let me just round that up,
please.
On the weight of the aircraft. So now you have Ibom Air doing Lagos Uyo 3 times a day.
3 times a day.
And then Dana Air comes up and says, "Oh, we also want to do Lagos to Uyo 3 times a day." Dana will fail before Ibom Air, because Ibom Air have the right equipment for the route. They operate the CRJ 900, which seats about 85 people.
Yeah.
So you see, half the capacity of
half the capacity, 737.
So it's a smaller base to grow from, a lower cost base to operate from. But with this big 737, your landing charges are higher, your fuel cost is higher, your maintenance cost is higher, on the hope that you might carry more passengers, which, as the number of airlines that have died in Nigeria proves, is not likely to be the case.
So what you're trying to say in essence is the government can do nothing about that aspect, because the question I asked was,
the government can, but then if the government does what they can do, which is tell you, okay, for this route you must operate this aircraft, it means that the government also has to come in with price controls. Because if you're telling me that, I'll give you an example with ground transport. So you have ABC, you have Chisco, the bus companies, and you now tell them, oh, you cannot bring in your normal luxury buses anymore. You have to now use Toyota Hiace. If I force you to use a product to deliver your service, I will either allow you to set what you deem an appropriate price, and in the case of an aircraft, it's not like a car where you just change the drivers over to the new car and they can drive it. The pilots have to go to training school to qualify on the new type of plane.
Okay. Now, I think I would have to stop you there. Same time next week, we're definitely going to continue with this same explanation that you're giving. Well, right now it's about that time we step out of the studio to allow other programs come in. Now, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to Peter Agbese. That was talking about Rocky. Like I told you, I love to call him Rocky, not the Rocky, all right. But hey, this brother got it. Okay. Now, thank you very much, and sometime next week we'll be back to talk about different, look into different aspects of what the aviation industry is in the world, okay, not just Africa alone, not just Nigeria alone, but around the world. But before we do that, we'll definitely spotlight on this discussion, because I'm quite interested in it, and I believe our listeners out there would want to listen to you talk more on that. Okay, now it's been APR, and then the show has been Aviation Africa, and of course my name is Yao Bremen. You can call me the Godfather. Thank you for staying tuned. Don't go nowhere. More programs coming your way. So I just want to say a very big thank you.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever,
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but tell me how to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. Oh baby girl, I know good tonight though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we'll dive in together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
We push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get. Everybody got to realize. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You don't get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's Blaze and the Beat, baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina Angelina, time mama begin. Angelina, kill it, best begin. Now Angelina, oh yeah, na na. Sikira, oh, Sikira. Yetunde, oh, yetunde, Sikira, oh, yeah, Sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira, oh, Sikira, show. Sikira, oh, Sikira, Sikira, oh, Sikira. Legacy, you Melanie. Angelina, oh, my Jolie. Undisputed, oh, my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it, Legacy, you Melanie. Angelina, oh, my Jolie. Undisputed, oh, my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, time mama begin. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, no, no. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, time mama begin. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh yeah, na 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 na, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la la la, oh la 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 la, oh la la la.
It's ODJB. ODJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Baby, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you got it for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, way. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, babe. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. VJ is falling. Quick.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Problem as much as it is an economic problem. Basically, it's a health problem amidst an economic problem. So it is safe to say that we're dealing with two problems at the same time. And creating a balance has been a problem for not just our nation, Nigeria, but other African countries as well. And funny, it's actually not funny because around the world, countries have moved away from multilateralism to and they're responding by fighting for themselves. So the concept of globalization has actually been put to rest right now because countries are looking inward and first they want to take care of their citizens before extending or lending a hand out there. So the economic damages are unprecedented. So on several fronts actually, talk about crude oil prices that has dropped drastically within the past few months or weeks, and long before applying the discounts, however, stock valuations for oil exporters have declined by 23.8% between January and March. That's not the worst that has happened. Global airlines have lost about $252 in revenue, and across board actually, a range of industries from hospitality to the service. Actually, the pain is actually growing, and the outcome has thrown the global economy into recession, the depth and duration of which is currently difficult to fathom actually. And around the world, like we said, countries have moved away from lending a helping hand. Everybody is not looking at the concept of globalization. Everybody's looking to take care of to protect his people and their economy, regardless of the spillover effect on the rest of the world. For instance, we've seen Germany. They actually has put a ban on all sorts of medical PPE, all medical protective gears, including breathing masks, medical gloves, and protective suits. And about the same time, India released like 8 different export ban notifications for medical supplies, including hydroxychloroquine, which has been quite effective in the treatment of coronavirus, ventilators, oxygen therapy apparatus, and the likes of it. So on the 4th of March, actually, that was when Germany announced an export ban that applied to all sorts of medical protection gears. And then President Macron announced that France will requisite all face masks produced in the country. It was like a de facto ban between 8th of February and then the 6th of April 2020. Like I said earlier, Egypt also released like 8 different export notification bans, several of which include drug and medical supplies, including the very prominent hydroxychloroquine right now, oxygen mask, apparatus, breathing device, and according to it's not actually just the drug thing that has an import ban in it, export ban in it. According to the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI, about 37 countries have enacted various forms of food export restriction, and all this in response to the COVID-19, even in countries where average production exceeds domestic consumption. Like they have enough to eat for their nation and then to spare, but then they're just being careful because there's this concept of panic buying. For instance, take Vietnam, the world's 3rd largest exporters of rice. They have suspended granting like rice export certificates, and they're saying until the country reviews domestic inventories. So they want to know what the country has got, if it's going to be able to feed their nation, because nobody even knows how long this pandemic is going to last. And so they're saying we have to review what we have. We have to be sure that we'll be able to take care of our citizenry before we're even selling or putting it out there. And so Russia, also the world's largest wheat exporters, announced a 10-day ban on the export of buckwheat and rice due to the concerns over panic buying in local markets. But now the problem is, what if this restriction become like the new normal? What if the COVID-19 pandemic continues like in a second wave and another pandemic occurs in which all borders are to be shut, and then food imports are significantly restricted? What if we cannot seek medical care outside of Nigeria, and then we must rely on like local hospitals for medical care and the likes, right? And so for how long should we continue to rely on the world for any, should I say, everything? You're sick, and then the elites of the country, they want to travel out of the country to get medical care out there because they do not trust the system we have here in Nigeria. And even our leaders do that as well. And then food security, a nation, what do we make of a nation that cannot even feed its teeming populace? Well, this is more what we're going to be looking into on Economic Review Africa today. Stay on, and remember that you could actually join the conversation across all social media platforms at African Patriot Radio. Yes, you could join the conversation, drop your comments, and we'll get to talk to you. Yes, we want to have a conversation, basically because this is something that concerns not just myself, but you and every other person out there. It's a cause for concern. We're talking about food security, and it entails a lot. A country, now we have to feed ourselves. This takes me back to the fact that a few years ago, Nigeria was actually one of the major exporters of palm oil. But right now, we're importing over 600,000 metric tons of oil every year. And that's a cause for concern. What happened? It seems like during the great oil booms of the 1970s, we actually just relegated agriculture to the background. Because prior to now, we're like the greatest producers of groundnut, cocoa, and yes, palm oil. All of a sudden, we're not paying attention to the agricultural sector. Everybody's looking at the oil boom, and now that's the problem. Boom, the prices are low, and we're hit like we're hit the hardest alongside South Africa. Anyway, we'll be talking about this and more, but when we come back from this short break, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Okay, welcome back. In case you're just joining us, we're looking within. As regards to COVID-19, we're looking for solutions within. Earlier, we're talking about several countries actually closing their borders, and for the sake of food security, and they're also looking at using whatever medical facility they have to take care of their citizenry. Anyway, this is what we're going to be talking about on the program. We're supposed to have like a guest later on the show via telephone conversation. You don't want to miss that part. Like I said, we're looking for solutions in word. What is it that the government is not doing right? Like we said, like we used to be like one of the world's greatest exporters of palm oil, but all of a sudden we're having to import 600,000 metric tons. That's alarming. What did we stop doing? What did we stop paying attention to? Because anyway, although these developments are troubling, they present a clear opportunity to re-echo a persistent message that the CBN has already been sending for a while now. Yeah, so the CBN has been saying that we should look more into basically agriculture, and they've even put out measures out there to encourage small and medium farmers. They've put them in groups, and they've actually motivated them in those small measures. But we should look at this a lot more critically now, because we must look inward as a nation, and there are things we should look at in order to achieve or sustain food sufficiency. Actually, in order to achieve this goal, we must begin immediately to support the federal government, because it's not just a federal government thing. We as a people, we have a lot that we need to do. I think first we should guarantee food security. That's the first. Our people need to eat, so we should grow enough things that we can eat. And I think the next is high quality and affordable health care. Is one thing to actually have a good healthcare system, and is another thing that it is affordable, in the sense that, okay, we have a good hospital, but then our people cannot afford it. We're trying to, as much as possible, to have an all-inclusive society where, regardless of your social standing, you can actually have access to good quality healthcare service. And also, we need cutting-edge education that makes our children creative. So we're not just sending our children to schools to get exams and come out to write exams actually and come out with certificates. And they say children are the leaders of tomorrow, yeah? And where the world is going, we have to prepare our children's mind to be able to go where the world is going, so we can actually compete favorably with our contemporaries out there. And it's actually very worrisome, because when we're talking about food security, because according to the data from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, as of 2017, or is that 2019, the country actually spent over $22 billion on food and drink imports. Yes, think about it, $22 billion. So imagine what that would do for our food sufficiency if we put that into agriculture, or actually invest that. So the question that comes to mind when I think about this is, can't we produce our own food? I mean, Nigeria is still, we have a large expanse of arable land. What are we doing with that? Only a few years ago, like I said, Nigerians, we were the biggest exporters of palm oil. So what are we not doing? We're importing. But take Indonesia and Malaysia, now combined together, take them for instance, they are producing 90% of the global need for palm oil. And these countries were far behind Nigeria in this regard. So Indonesia alone has something that really quite interests me. They earn $12.6 billion in oil and gas, but they earn 18.4 billion in palm oil alone. That's 5.2 billion naira more. Yeah, so they're earning more of palm oil than they are earning of oil and gas. I think someone once said that Nigeria could actually make more money producing palm oil than they are making producing oil. And it's so bad that we're just producing crude oil, and we're sending it out there, and then it's refined, and then we buy it again. I don't understand. What are we not doing right? So I think it's about time we looked into the agri sector a little bit more, because as a nation, we cannot afford to continually rely on the rest of the world for our food, our education, as well as our health care. So in order to achieve self-sufficiency, we must first facilitate access to cheap and long-term credit facility for SMEs and large companies as well. Yes, we cannot take them out, because every time we tend to say the SMEs, but we also have conglomerates that actually employ Nigerians as well, and we want job security as well as we want food security. So we should facilitate access to cheap and affordable loan or long-term loans for SMEs especially. So because these people actually they employ 84% of the populace, the working population. 84% account for SMEs. So we should facilitate cheap loans for these persons. And next we should do is actually support both smallholders and large-scale agricultural production. Yes, especially in selecting staple cash crops. Staple foods, cash crops, we all know that gari and rice is our staple foods. I know the government actually took a step in the right direction as way back as in 2015, when they actually stopped the importation of rice. Yes, and that was meant to help Nigerian economy. Yes, it was supposed to, but somehow people still smuggle in food, and it's like a cause for concern. I think it's actually a fault. It's not just the government. We as a people, we have a lot to do as regards this as well. We keep hearing people say, buy Niger, grow the economy, right? So, and yet a lot of us go to the market and we see Nigerian rice and we say, no, do you have this rice? I'm not calling names of brands right now. I want this rice. I want that rice. I want the rice that wears a cap and stuff. So we're not even helping ourselves. We keep hearing advertisements like, buy Niger, grow the Naira, buy Niger, grow the economy. So we as a people, we have a lot to do. So when the government have said, do not import, although I think they lack the policy to back that up. So we're not importing, but are we producing enough? That's where we say give these people subsidies, make farming look lucrative. Farming should be a lucrative venture right now. Our youth should want to go into it, but a lot of our youth want to actually do the blue collar jobs, and I think that's part of the problem. So basically, it's a government thing as regards policy, but it's also a thing as regards patronizing these people. And so I think we should also create like more farmer-friendly incentives. Yes, I think I was talking about that earlier. Create more farmer-friendly incentives. Like the CBN has already created several lending programs for smallholder farmers and processors. Really, it's not enough to say we're like producing. It's not enough to say we're producing. It's not enough to say that we have these agricultural products, like I said. How about we process them, industries to process them? Anyways, industries to process this agricultural products and services. And that takes me like to the next point where we say we have to create an ecosystem of factories, of storage and logistics company to move raw materials to facilities and finished goods to marketers. Okay, for instance, I'm saying create an ecosystem of factories. Yes, it's not enough that we have this product. Okay, I think we have a call on the way, Mr. Rocky. He is an expert. How about we just take this call? Hello, Mr. Lucky. Hello. Okay, I think we just lost that call. So basically we're saying create an ecosystem of factories, of storage and logistics facility. For instance, okay, we're producing enough agricultural products here, but we shouldn't do what we did in the case of oil, where we produce this oil and then we export it, and then we also re-import it as finished product. So when we're actually looking at agriculture, we should first import. Yes, we've said we should first actually produce, and then next we should process. So this actually, it's not like telling you have to be farmers. Everybody should look the agro way. So you don't just have to be farmers. You also can be processors. You could be have a storage facility. You could be the middleman between the farmer and whoever is going to manufacture finished products. And this is actually going to create opportunity in the logistics system as well, where as regards logistics, people have to transport this product from the farms. They have to take it to whoever the manufacturers are, and even from the manufacturers, we have to take them to the market. So there's a whole lot of job that's going to be created in the process. We should also look at building high quality infrastructure, which includes reliable power, because that engenders like industrial activities. We should look at building high quality infrastructure, reliable power supply, because no stuff can thrive without reliable power supply. Right now, look at those industries. If they have to produce stuff and then they have to buy diesel, that actually makes the cost of production high. And that's like a problem, because it's actually going to have like a resultant effect on the finished product, right? So if the cost of production is high, the cost of the finished product is going to be high as well, and that's like going to be a problem. And also we have to develop a healthcare system that is trusted to keep all Nigerians healthy, irrespective of social classes. We've said that, and we cannot emphasize that enough. regardless of social classes, that people should be able to afford this health care. Affordable health care for all, regardless of whether you're rich, whether you're poor. We should have this. We're trying to actually seize this health tourism. There's a health tourism that Nigerians engage in. They have to travel out of the country for health care and the likes of it, and that's what we should try to stop. So all of the money they're investing out there, they should invest it in a country, Nigeria, yes. And then we cannot talk about prioritizing our educational system enough. Yes, we have to create like a robust system that enables critical thinking and creativity, which will better prepare our children for the future. And that is what we're trying to do, like prepare our children for the future. So they keep saying the children are the leaders of tomorrow, but we prepared them enough for the tomorrow that awaits them. So we should actually create an educational system that actually makes our children more viable, like out there, so they can compete favorably with children of other nations. So please, we should pay more attention. And the bills, I think we're paying too little attention to the educational system, because that's like the bedrock of every society. Anyway, moving forward, we should also expedite like the development of ventures that will nurture new ideas and put Nigerian business in position to compete globally. Basically, the need for research cannot be overemphasized. We have to research, we have to research, we have to research. Do I need to say that again? Research. So we're not just talking about the now, because we've had this kind of situation before. Yes, we've had this kind of situation before. We were in recession 2014 to 2016. Didn't we learn anything? We're talking about diversifying the economy back then. It was a thing. Everybody was interested. We made a whole lot of noise about it, but it's seeming like it's lip service, because a lot was said but very little was done. So this is like an eye-opener, and re-echoing that which we've been saying. We have to research. We should not just pay lip service to it. Maybe we just talked about it, but we didn't think about it that much. There are people whose job it is to actually think about bettering the economy, about bettering our businesses. Basically, we should actually look at that more and more. Anyway, we'll talk more about this, and we'll basically wrap up when we come back. But when we come back from this short break, and I think I will be taking a look at your comments. Yes, we'll be reading from our comments section, so do not go anywhere, and please drop your ideas or whatever it is you want to talk about on the show. You could also call our phone lines. But let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Sunday na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Hello and thanks for staying tuned. If you just tuned in, it is still Economic Review Africa and we're looking inward for solution. We've said we need to take a critical look at our educational system. We should take a critical look actually at our agricultural system, that's food sufficiency, as well as the healthcare system. We've also said that looking at this, we also should not sideline research because it goes a long way to put us in the front line actually. We'll take for instance India. India is actually in a position to ban export, but because it is actually producing critical drugs and medical supplies that the rest of the world needs, it did not do that. So regardless of the fact that we're scared, we're saying we're out of test kits, we're saying we're out of basically bed space, but India is actually making headway because not just India as itself, they even have companies that are global champions and even making measures with other nations. Take for instance the CECC, for instance, they're actually doing a measure with the Nigerian government. When they say they wanted to bring in subsidy, they're doing it with the government. That is a company, not just the nation. So we should get to that extent where we can have companies that can spring up from the nation and actually make power moves. Yes, this could be us. We have companies too. We have manpower. We are one of the most sought after immigrants group in the United States. We have some of the best brains in the world driving global, like they are driving global innovations in all fields. So it's about time to seize this opportunity and like create an environment that empowers the people to thrive within our own shores. We're going to take a call from Mr. Peter Abese. I think we have him on the line right now. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Peter. Oh, did we lose that? Okay, we're hanging on for him because time is actually fast spent and we're running out of time. So we're saying India, for instance, they're in a position to ban export, but because like they're actually producing medicines, what the world needs, so they haven't done that. We're running to them. Okay, I think Mr. Peter is on the line. Hello, Mr. Peter Abese. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Peter. Hello, good afternoon. Can you read me?
Hello, Martinez. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for coming in the program. You're on to Economic Review Africa.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so we're looking inward for solution as regards the COVID-19. Okay, do you think actually the Nigerian government have set out money for palliatives, and they said this palliative money is both for the small scale, smaller medium scale enterprises as well as for household? Do you think this is enough move by the federal government in the face of the COVID-19?
Well, the palliatives will help with providing a limited and initial amount of succor, but they are not permanent, they are not long-term solutions. The government needs to look more into long-term solutions, into solutions that will provide sustainable jobs for Nigerians, solutions that will provide a stable economy on which Nigeria can continue to build.
Actually, Mr. Peter, are you aware that actually this subsidy were actually meant to let businesses stay afloat? First, we're looking at making businesses stay afloat, and then before we look at them running and then creating revenue.
Well, revenue is not the problem at the moment. The problem is that the entire economy is shut.
True.
So anybody talking about revenue now without looking at the bigger picture is obviously going to get it wrong.
Okay.
What the government needs to do is stimulate jobs, stimulate firms. And when I say stimulate, I'm not just saying those who are currently in work. We need to get more people in work. We need to get Nigeria working.
Okay, Mr. Victor, because talk about job creation right now. The CBN has actually made this pronouncement that no commercial banks should lay off staff. Do you think like this is a move in the right direction?
In the long term, it is not, but in the short term, it is.
Okay, because
in the short term, it is because it minimizes the economic pain of the people, but in the long term, it is a wrong move because the banks will probably not be making the same level of income.
How do you mean?
They will still have to rationalize their stuff.
Okay, sir. You know, actually, the problem we're saying is that Nigeria, courtesy of the COVID-19, might fall into another recession, and we're like some part of the segments or some segments of our economy is actually not out of recession yet. Remember, we had this recession in 2014 through to 2016. Looking at the situation we find ourselves right now, did the nation not learn anything from the past event?
Well, I would like to first of all say that in my opinion, we never completely came out of the recession of 2014-15.
Okay.
Because you are completely out of a recession when you have growth for 6 successive quarters.
Okay.
You might have had growth, but to what level have we had the growth? If you have growth that is less than your population growth, then your economy hasn't grown, it has actually receded. So even though in pure numbers we have been growing as an economy, in reality we've actually been shrinking. So we've been in recession the whole time.
Okay.
The government needs to spend its way out of this recession, and the only way to do that is by increasing their ability to spend money locally and reducing our dependence on imports as a country.
Yes, now that takes us back to actually the basics of our topics today. Our over dependence on oil. Actually, we're hit hard by the recession basically because of the drop in oil prices. And like in 2015, we were talking about diversifying the economy, and people were talking basically the federal government in collaboration with the CBN, they were actually looking to agriculture. They said a lot about it, but not much has really been done. Or do you think they did enough? Because everybody, we feel like the country, people are feeling like it was more lip service and not much action was taken.
Well, the government has taken some steps, yes. But like I said before, if you are having any form of growth or any form of economic assistance that is coming in at a rate consistently that is lower than your economic growth, then you've not really gotten anything started.
Okay.
Because if you're not even providing enough for those who have already come out, never mind producing more for those who will come in the future.
Oh.
So until we have a concerted long-term plan, which all governments in Nigeria, regardless of tribe or party, are forced to follow for the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians.
Okay.
I don't think we will have any genuine change in our economic indices unless what happens, and we can't rely on that.
Okay, so you're saying there's a deficit. For instance, there was a time when Nigeria, that was in 2015, when we banned the importation of rice, and we actually said we should consume locally groomed rice. But we also saw cases of smuggling, and even Nigerians didn't help the situation. We've had people, we even came up with stuff like buy Nigeria, go to Naira. But people are also complaining about the quality of rice. For instance, you're saying we shouldn't buy foreign rice, but the quality of rice being produced here in Nigeria was actually not up to par, up to that standard. So we still saw cases of smuggling. Would you say what was the problem especially? Was it with the policy? Because it's one thing to say don't import, then it's another thing to actually give us enough. We don't have enough for the country, so we have to augment that. But you're closing the borders. Is that like a wise decision? Shouldn't these decisions be made backed with policies that actually foster them?
Well, if we are going to just close the borders and you don't provide a substitute for what has been coming in through the borders, of course you will have a problem with smuggling.
Okay.
But if you close the borders and you have
enough
substitutes, or at least a plan to provide adequate substitutes,
okay,
I think the smuggling will automatically reduce because the smugglers will have no market for their products.
Okay, so you're saying we should have like a backup plan?
Well, yes, smuggling is the backup plan that has become the main plan.
Okay, I think time is far spent. Mr. Victor Abese, we'd like to have like your final words because we're almost out of time.
The final word is this: Nigerians and Nigeria, we should not lose hope in our local products. We should continually buy our local products because we will only get better with time.
True.
Toyota did not get to where they are today because they knew how to produce the cars they produce now 30 or 40 years ago. So continuous improvement and development.
Okay.
So we need to stay the course. We need to stay and let our products get better.
Mm.
Let our manufacturers have feedback and improve their production processes and lines.
Okay.
And we would also, as the people, very want to encourage as much as possible local by substituting imports.
Okay.
And utilize as much as possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Victor Abese, for coming on the program. Although we had quite a difficulty getting you on, I hope you don't mind. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
No, it's all right. Thank you very much, Immaculata.
It's always a pleasure to have you. Hope to have you in the studio next time.
Hopefully.
All right, thank you, sir. That was Mr. Victor Abese, a public analyst. Okay, so he has said that Nigerians should have faith and not lose faith in the system, which I totally agree with. Because you see Nigerians say, oh, the rice is full of stones. The rice doesn't look good. It's a gradual process. Because basically, I think one concept of business that I like is the concept of feedback. So we shouldn't actually just write them off. We should give them feedback and tell them, this is what you're not doing right. This is what you should do. These are the areas we feel you should look out for. Basically, yes, we should have patience in the system. Like he said, Tunisia didn't get to where they were in a day. Like, I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Yeah, so it's a gradual process. Have faith in the system, and if the government too has a lot to do, but we should be patient with them. And I hope they're listening and they're going to put up policies that are actually going to help the economy balance out. Because right now we're looking at post-COVID-19, basically, everybody's not even talking. Right now, we just need to survive this, but after this, what next? Is a question a lot of Nigerians are asking. This is like a series we haven't exhaustively talked about at the time. It's fast spent, but I'd love to actually look into the speech given by the Central Bank Governor, Mr. Emefiele. I hope I got that right. Okay, but we shall look at that critically on next edition of the show, and that's something you do not want to miss. My name is Udoa Immaculata, and it's been Economic Review Africa. And in case you've just tuned in, of course, you could drop your comment because this is not the end of the conversation. You can join the conversation across all social media platforms at African Patriot Radio. Looking forward to hearing from you. And like I said, on the next episode, we shall be having like a continuation. Let's say this is a series here. So if you missed this part, you haven't totally missed out. Keep a date, same time, same station next week. Until then, bye-bye. And stay safe.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Welcome, hello there, and welcome right here to the game show on African Patriot Radio. It's a wonderful day right here in the city of Abuja, wherever you are, Nigeria, Africa. Hello, I hope you're having a good time. Time check is 12 minutes ago. Your beauty is making me just, I'm just speechless right now. Yeah, Nima, it's so good to have you. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Yes. How's the lockdown been treating you so far?
It's not been easy actually. I miss going out. I miss seeing things.
Oh, yeah. We look forward to, a positive, situation. Good to have you on the game show in Neymar. Yes, so, right here on the game show. Do you understand? Yep. Yes, so you pick a number from number 1 to 5 and list whatever it carries in 5 seconds. All right? And I have my timer, so I'm going to set it. Neymar, you're the only one on the show right here, and you can't afford to not to answer anyone correctly. All right, Nima, let's get started. Pick a number from number 1 to 5.
Number 4.
Number 4. Yeah. Okay, number 4 says, I'm timing you already. You have 5 seconds. Okay. Number 4 says, mention 5 past Nigerian president? Your time starts now.
Jonathan. Good luck, Jonathan.
Well, that was four. That was four swallow. And I actually... No, come on, you tried. I actually thought you'd be super excited to answer this one because it's what we eat almost every single day. Gari, eba, pound, semo, but that was a half point for you. I'm scoring you. I'm just giving you my point because definitely you're trying. All right. So to the audience, to everyone watching and listening, this is your own question. So what you need to do is go on the page, like and share your answers. All right. Like, share your own answers because we're just pretty much here to have fun and to get ourselves all busy with a lot of questions. That is via our page. African Patriot Radio is the page. All right. My question to the audience there is, what is the coldest planet in the solar system? The coldest planet in the solar system is cold. You think you...
My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800-026-7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Welcome back here to the game show on African Patriot Radio, and we just took a break to see who got my answer correctly. The big question for today is, which is the hottest, coldest planet in the solar system? And I'll get to find out my answer later. I'll get to find out from the page who got the answer correctly. And I'm not alone. I've got the beautiful and gorgeous Nima in the studio. Nima has been on the hot seat. How are you feeling there?
Exactly.
Yes. You know, it's funny how you say it's hot because you're just the one playing against yourself right now, and I just wanted to find out how accurate you will answer these questions correctly. Well, yeah. You've been doing well, though. So I'm moving over to the next game I want you to play. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, cool. All right, so this one is called the Rearrange This Words game. Rearrange the word game. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll give you some words. Not really some words. I'll give you a figure or a word for you to arrange it correctly. Okay. Yes, correctly. For instance, let me give you an example. Thursday, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Listen correctly. Listen attentively. Thursday, Monday, Tuesday. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. If I want to rearrange this word, it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. As simple as that. So are you ready to play the game?
Yep.
All right, I love your energy. All right, Nima, I need you to arrange this correctly. 4 weeks, 365 days, 24 hours, 7 days. I'll take it again. 4 weeks, 365 days. Well done, Nima. All right, Nima, I want you to rearrange this other word for me. Are you ready?
Yep.
The word is delivery, white gown, palm wine, and antenatal. Delivery, white gown, palm wine, and antenatal.
Palm wine, antenatal delivery. No, palm wine, white gown, antenatal delivery.
Sorry, is that your final answer?
Okay.
No, please. I think your time is up. All right, Nima. If I heard you correctly, you said palm wine, white gown, antenatal and delivery. Is that what you said? Yeah. Okay. Did I get it correctly? Yeah. Because I'm wondering how palm wine will come, and then your wedding gown will come, and antenatal will come, and then it's delivery. How, Nima? Because your answer is correct. Yes, you are such a smart girl, right? Of course. Yeah. Yes. It's palm wine. Palm wine, that's traditional marriage. Yeah. Then white gown, that's wedding. And antenatal pregnancy. And then the delivery, the child comes. That's nice. I know, because you're a potential wife, so I mean, that's the procedure, that's the principle, the well laid down principle for you to follow. All right, nice one to you there, Nima. It's been such an amazing time right here. All right, my last game for you, Nima, is the word for word game. Are you ready to play? Yeah, you've been doing so well. I'm just impressed. It's just a simple game. You just need your head to pick it up. Are you ready? Yes, Nima. The word for word game is like this. You will generate words from the word I'll give to you. Words. Yes, words from the word I'll give to you. All right. And for instance, I could ask you to generate. I don't need to explain. Just it's simple. Yes, just use your head to generate words. They're simple words, though. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. Nima generates 4 words. The game is actually a seconds game. It's supposed to be 30 seconds. So, yeah, I'm keeping to that word. 30 seconds. I need to generate 4 words out of the word Facebook. 4 words. Your time starts now. Book face is book. Okay, that was so accurate. Well done, Nima. Well done, that was so accurate. Yep. That was an amazing one. You didn't even have to struggle. I just guess maybe the time is just too long, These are not simple questions. These are not difficult questions, rather. They're so simple. All right, Nima, I think I'll have to throw one more question to you before I get to find out who answered the question correctly. One more question to you, Nima. Are you ready? Yeah. Nima, this is called the mirror game. The mirror game. Yes, because you're my guest on the show, so I just have to use this opportunity to make you answer a lot of questions just to have fun.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. In pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adam run come giving children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and giving friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey.
My name is Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Corona they kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African.
Yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah.
My name is Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot